Whoop. All right, hello everybody,
Up.
and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 53 of the Salamander Coast. Sorry, all of the campaigns are like in this 45 to 60 range, and that is a lot of sessions between each other, but it's enough for my brain to get confused. So we're here. We're down to clown. We're ready to play. We got a little bit of a late start. Ashima Connor will be here. He's just running a little late. Had to grab some stuff from the store, and the line was very, very, very long. So he'll definitely be here, but we're going to go ahead and get started, especially because there are things that have happened and things that will happen that don't directly involve Ashima right at the beginning. So it's all good. All right, but with that, we're going to roll the intro with, by the way, new fucking sick-ass bitchin' art for Suni. Oh my goodness. And Cameron, you should be very proud of me.
I'm always proud of you, Joe.
Oh my goodness, thank you. I actually edited the intro and it has Suni's new art in it.
Hell yeah.
It took me 2 sessions with the new people in Afera to add their art, and it took me like 3 sessions for Salamander Coast to add Cecily's art. Because I'm so lazy, but I did this because I care about you, Cameron. Not that I don't care about you, Mark. That the implication there is that I don't, and I definitely do. I love you as well.
Prove it.
I love you. That's all I know how to do.
No, that was good.
Actually,
thank you.
No, Cameron, fuck, Mark, you're right. Mark, you're right. For messing up your name and to prove that I love you, I'm going to give you some DM inspiration. There you go.
Oh, shit. On top of my Christmas inspiration?
Yeah, double inspiration.
All right. Something will get hit. I don't know what yet, but I will make sure of it.
Yeah. Yes. Also, so far, so good show. Thanks for being here. And yes, you are right. Not all of the campaigns are that far because we have a new one that has already premiered. Everin campaign, DM'd by Jonathan, and has players in it, myself included, as any D&D campaign would have players in it. Ryan is also one of them. Kayla from Isles and Salamander, or Kayla from Isles and Afera. Too many campaigns, man. I love it though. I love D&D. But anyway, let's stop stalling and let's just roll the intro and then get into it. Wow.
I mean, I type it while the session is happening, so
there you go. Welcome.
Maybe?
welcome back. We're here, and as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I don't do the summary because that's some nerd shit. I have my players do that. And this week it is up to Mr. Cameron Del Lucio to do to do the summary for us. So Cameron,
that's how you say my name.
Del Lucio. Yep. Anyway, so Cameron, without any further ado, go ahead and take it away. Summarize, please.
Yes. So session 52, the party fought the fiends. One was defeated, but the other got away. They learned that they were part of a gang called the Soulmongers, devilish entities who take payment in souls. They decided it best not to stay the night in the Severed Toes Inn and headed off to a shady hideout known as the Furnace. Morwen and Suni were recognized by some fans for their former fighting pit days. They met with Thrash, the Minotaur, who ran the fighting ring. He offered free room and board, no questions asked, as long as they helped get the Children of the Flame to stop investigating his tavern for dark friends. Before watch, Ashima received a message from Keothi saying that she missed his wisdom. He realized that time must be bent around them in some way, since their current timeline Keothi would have no idea where they are. During the night, Cecily and Morwen spoke of how to know when you like someone. Morwen told her that aspiring to be better for those that love her has given a great sense of purpose to her. On second watch, Suni told Bianca that she deserves to be selfish with her emotions every once in a while, because she has been such a rock for everybody since the beginning. Soon he felt a vision of another Dragonborn, perhaps his counterpart, and could sense they were somewhere in the city. He and Bianca made their way to a temple where a red Dragonborn sat meditating. Suni and the Dragonborn dueled, as if in a dance, but the Dragonborn said that he still didn't remember enough, and that it wasn't time for him yet. She sprouted wings and flew away before Suni could stop her. He at least remembered her name, Sultana.
Hell yeah, man. That is exactly where we ended. So, yeah, thank you. So picking
You're
up, picking up right from that moment, Bianca and Suni together on the top of that building, you hold each other, just supporting each other after seeing what Suni just had to go through and Suni feeling what you had to go through. It hurt, it was hard, but you feel small pieces of you trickling back in. A name here, a feeling there. And you think back, all the way back to the ways, to the realm between, in those moments before you ever had any inkling of your true name or what your purpose was or anything like that. And you remember a moment with your friends. You remember Keothi sharing something with all of you. These small berries that she took from the hearthstone. Berries that not only served as nutrition and filling on any given day, but something that was so special because of the way that it could help in conjuring memories. And you remember in that moment eating that small berry, and where everyone else had happy memories of people they loved or places they'd been or places they'd rather be than some swirling pit of madness and doom elevated above that. All you remembered was a flash of red. But now, that memory is unlocked. A flash of red no more, but the smiling face of Sultana. You can see her head framed out by these tall, beautiful ivory pillars, and mountains framing the rest of the scene behind her. You can see ivy and leaves and grass climbing up those pillars. You don't know what the memory is, but what you do know is that it's a happy one. So, as the two of you sit atop that hill and comfort each other, we're going to go ahead and bounce back to the room. So, Suni, Bianca, as the two of you were away, which took about probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, just because it was about a 40-minute walk to that building, the climb up, the interaction, and then return. There's about 2 hours there while Carasilla is on watch for both of you. Now, as I understand it, Carasilla, there was something that you wanted to do while they were out.
There was indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Just I imagine since they've got to be gone for a hot minute, I imagine even just for the whole first hour of that watch, Carasel's kind of just sat against the wall, just kind of thinking about things, letting just everything just catch up that happened that previous day. And her thoughts then naturally go to their conversation with Dorian. And then to Morn and her's troops. And after very much considering and thinking about her words, Carasilla wants to cast Sending to one of their men, Yara.
Okay.
And in that Sending, just say, When you hear of Delna's pass, no living isn't cowardice. Because choosing to go means dying. So please, tell the others. It is your choice. And then just sink back into the wall.
Okay.
Half hoping for a response, but also just hoping he doesn't hear it, just in case it is just making things more complicated.
You do receive a response, and it's interesting in your response. In this moment, filled with hope, that feeling that you know when you receive that response, there is this sort of on switch of magical energy that lets you know that there is magic coming in, but maybe in this moment, you feel that connection to your men, the people that fought by your side extra strong, because you can feel, as opposed to a small, like, twinge of magical energy, there's like this flood of magical energy. And for this brief moment, you feel as though, as opposed to being confined to 25 wars back and forth, there's an open stream, almost a conversation that can be had. As the response that you get is not frantic, but on the edge of. Caracilla, is that you?
Yeah, so you're okay.
Yes, I'm just confused because you're standing in front of me.
Ah, yes, well, might want to ignore that for a moment.
Where are you? What's happening?
Don't worry, don't... just... don't mention this to the Morn and I you see before you. Just, like I said, please. I don't think I can tell you too much, but... please know that you have my blessing with whatever you choose. And that Morn and I are proud of all of you. Love all of you.
But you said something about Delner's Pass. How do I know this isn't the Dark One trying to convince me to run from whatever may be happening there? Where are you?
It's a very long story, and well, I'm not entirely sure why this is happening right now. There should be a lot more, limited. That... it isn't the Dark One, I can assure you that. I think you'd be a fool from trying to tell you to turn your backs on it, and that's why I'm not going to tell you to turn your backs on it either. I need it to be a decision that you all want, that you will choose. Please.
If you can at least tell me where you are, then I will tell Caracilla and Morwen about this, because you're obviously not them. They would never keep something from us, especially like this, telling us not to... What's happening?
Said it's a long story, but if you truly want it, soon you'll be asked to go down this pass. And, well, we'll be taking you there, Morwen and I. Everyone's going to know that it's not going to go great, but I can tell you it's going to be worse than that. And that if you do go as you have, each one of you would die. Morwen and I are the only ones that would leave that battlefield from the light that day. And, well, long story short, path then takes us back into the past. Which is, I suppose, why I'm able to talk to you now. And
Wait, to the
Ross
past? In Brahmsgrove? When?
Well, now, I suppose.
But when is now? Why are you there?
There's something we need to stop here. That if it happens, that the Darkon wins. And, well, we are back to stop it. And I wish I could say the same about Delna's Pass, but from what we've been told, it is something that needs to happen. That it happened with knowing that Morn and I chose your deaths for you.
Carasilla, you can feel yourself sort of just either closing your eyes or staring down at the ground. But the moment that you blink and open them back up, you're no longer in that room. Thousands of mirrors surround you. Your reflection all around you. As you just feel this darkness creeping. So, back in Brahmsgrove, are you? Oh, I was wondering where the six of you went. For a moment you had averted my gaze. You had escaped it. For a moment I didn't think you would say anything. But, just like you have before, right into my hand. And every once in a while you can see this sort of shadow, this fire move past one of the mirrors and then disappear into the darkness. So the heist, is it? That's what you've tried to stop, or you're trying to stop. Oh, that is precious. You're resourceful, I'll give you that. Smart, brave, idiotic. I have no problem saying, but... Oh, my. So what is your plan? With 3 of the Forsaken in Brahmsgrove. 3 of my chosen. What exactly is your plan? To march into the keep, and then into the manor, and then into the vault, and take the egg yourself? To stop the heist? If you think it's just about some egg, then you truly have no idea what you're doing. Do you want to say something? Carousel, as soon as you
Sorry,
feel...
I thought you were going on about some kind of monologue here.
As soon as you feel the words escape your mouth, you can feel this wisp of shadow as skin covers your mouth. No opening, no nothing, just skin over your mouth. No. Tell me, do you know where Yara is right now? You must not. The children have a saying, don't they? A belief. That when you die, you're reunited with Nabir Taman. Is that it? Oh, that's cute. For some, maybe. Should they die on a field of battle. against any other enemy. But all of them, all of your men, Dorian, all of those great individuals that you care so much about, Dunrick, Yara, Vikra, Kronk, Letty, Brennan, Kaiba, Tepin, Aaron, and Mason. No. They don't reunite with the First Flame. They're mine, to use how I please. Do you want to know what Yara feels right now? I think you do. And you can see this spectral hand of ash move as you can feel your ears cover with skin. No hearing, no speaking, as you can just see this man moving back and forth between mirrors, a frame that is thin and slender, graceful, a body that is ever expansive and limitless, but so finite, a thin mote of fire where a face should be. You hear nothing, no thoughts in your head. All there is this sharp ringing noise. You can see the man move closer, and his hand moves again. Skin covers your eyes. All you have is sensation now. No smell, no sight, no speaking, no hearing, just feeling. And you start to feel all of these small, like needles, pinces into your skin, around your fingers, around your arms, around your neck, around your face. Thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, incisions, slow and painful, creeping and crawling. You can feel sound re-enter, skin uncovering your ears as that ringing stops and you just hear laughing. As you can feel his presence get closer as he kneels down next to you. No idea where he's at or where that darkness is enveloping you. All you can feel is his presence right next to you, whispering into your ear. Do you know what you are? You are one singular thread attached to the pattern. If I wanted to, right now, I could snip you, and you would be gone. Your twin sister would forget that you ever existed. Your friends and companions would think of you as nothing more than a faint memory that they can't quite recall. All of your accomplishments, all of your deeds, all of your achievement would mean nothing. It would be gone from existence. But that's not what I want. And I get what I want. I feed off of pain. So I'm not going to snip your thread and remove you from the pattern. Because do you know what I want, Caracilla? I want you to feel the pain of watching the person you love the most die in front of you. No chance of saving them. All of your friends and allies. See them crumple and fall, and yet you can do nothing. That's what I want. So you're going to live? You're going to wake up wherever you are in Bromsgrove. And you're going to have to live with the fact that I know where you are. And it's your fault. No one else's. Good luck, Carasilla. And I hope for your sake, Parido is the one that finds you, and not Clementine. As you can feel that laughter trickle away, as in a moment you are thrown back to where you were. You feel hundreds of thousands of mirrors all shatter at once, as you can feel your body cut in 1,200 different ways and in a million different directions from all of these shards of glass. As you go to gasp for air in reality, you can't breathe. You go to breathe, you go to grab at your mouth, and there is this thin layer of skin covering your mouth, as instinctively you just dig your hands in and you puncture a hole through that skin and sort of rip and tear this gelatinous material off. And eventually in your fingertips, after it's removed from your skin, it turns to ash as you breathe. And look around, and everyone's still sleeping. And judging from the size of the candles around you, it hasn't been but a few seconds. So, Carasilla, what are you doing?
I mean, she doesn't want to wake people. And so there's just gonna be a lot of under breath, fuck. And I think probably after like 5 seconds of that, she's just gonna start just crying, trying to be quiet, but just weeping at that point.
Yeah. Okay. So you do that for a while. I would say, trying to think about the other people in the room right now, Cecily Ashima and Morwen. Okay. I would say Morwen would probably still be in her trance right now because she was the one who took the first watch. So you sit there until the first people to come back after about a half an hour of that moment. Bianca and Suni re-enter the room. And Bianca and Suni, you can very obviously see that something's happened to Carasilla. There's a small pile of ash in front of her. No bigger than maybe, 3 or 4 inches in diameter. Just a small pile. As she's currently, eyes puffy and red, quietly sobbing in the corner of the room.
Bianca will run over to her quickly and put like a hand on her shoulder. What happened?
Made a very big mistake.
Bianca will look to Suni real quick. Do you need a moment?
No, it's okay. Suni's gonna just take a cursory glance, like, outside of the room and around, just to make sure that there's, like, not an ongoing threat in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, make a perception check for me.
Yeah.
And while he does that, Bianca
natural
will...
20.
Oh, good. Bianca's just wrapping her arm around Carasilla more if she's letting her, just kind of giving her some sort of comfort.
Okay. Suni, as you're kind of peeking down the hallway, there's not really anything as far as you can tell. You do hear the creaking of floorboards. You hear the sound of activity happening within the furnace itself above you, so the actual inn or tavern, not necessarily the fighting pit below you. But yeah, as of right now, and for the immediate future, you're very sure that nobody's coming down this hallway and nobody's watching.
I heard nothing really, really well. And then he'll come back in and walk over to the two of them as well.
Couldn't do it. I couldn't force them, and I suppose I played right into his hand. Important notes first, I suppose. The Dark One knows we're in Bronzegrove.
Shit.
And he knows we're here for the heist. I'm sorry,
This is not your fault.
But it was I that told him, right? So I suppose things might be a bit more, difficult going forward, but I feel like we couldn't have played all our cards right. We're yet to decide what we're doing anyways, so
Look, I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't almost get caught by 3 of the 13. Sometimes we do things that are stupid and we don't even know that they're stupid in the moment, and it's okay. We'll just adjust. At least we know that he knows. Right?
To be honest, I think no matter what, he was gonna figure out eventually. Could have been any one of us, and you do not need to put any of that blame on yourself.
yes, it's true in his arrogance of needing to gloat about things. At least we know he knows now, right? We could go with that assumption.
Are you
Right.
okay?
Yeah, did you get hurt?
It's hard to tell when dealing with something like that, but I don't think I'm going to be okay for a little while, but it's okay.
What, I don't know if you have like comfort foods or anything, but I can go upstairs and get you something just to kind of. You seem just a bit shaken. I don't know what normally comforts you best, but for me it's tea.
I feel like there's a few situations that warm tea can't help.
But it's a start. Maybe not a fix, but something.
Thank you. Hopefully your little adventure wasn't as, well, grave.
It was eventful, but not eventful like yours, which is good. So. I'm just gonna make everyone some breakfast since everyone will be waking up soon, and just kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, Bianca, easily enough, you head up the stairs, talk to the sort of barkeep in the sort of midnight or graveyard shift.
Yeah.
The elderly woman sort of running the thing. She sort of nods, knowing that you were with Carousel and Morwen. Get you what you need. And
She's gonna ask her if she knows Carasilla. She's gonna ask if she can make something that she knows that Carasilla would really like, Maybe add like, I don't know, like flowers or some shit, something to like
Oh,
make it extra nice.
yes, sweetie, I think that if memory serves right from Caracella's time, I believe some mulled wine with a little bit of honey will do her well. Make sure to get some of that.
Good. Yeah, think we could use that this morning. Thank you.
Mhm. I don't know. You tell me, is this a mulled wine morning or a tea with honey kind of morning?
Thinking back to Caracilla, I think it's a mulled wine kind of morning. That's me thinking, not Bianca thinking out loud. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's mulled wine, but
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna go with that. Rough start to the morning, so.
All right. Be right there. I'll bring it down myself. You go back there and, like I said, I'll bring it down.
Thank you.
She kind of like gestures around the empty furnace. Not like I'm doing anything.
Appreciate it.
She nods and heads back to the kitchen to start whipping up some things and bring them down.
And when Bianca goes back downstairs, she'll let anyone who's awake, know that she'll be coming down, just so we kind of know someone might be coming in the door soon. So, soonish.
Yeah, of course. So with that, all of you eventually do begin to stir on this chilly 12th of Hearthfire November morning. As you ready to face the day, knowing that in just a couple of days, the heist will be happening. So, with that, everybody does begin to stir eventually, and all of you can kind of hear Bianca say that breakfast will be down soon and to be careful about all that. But probably the first person to notice anything is Morwen coming out of your trance. You can definitely tell, because you know her so well, that Caracilla has definitely been crying for a while. And has that redness and puffiness to her eyes.
Yeah, so Morin's just immediately gonna hop out of her bed and just march right on over there until she's like a foot away.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
What happened?
As well, just get up and just kind of fall into Morn for a hug.
They'll return it immediately, of course.
I tried to talk to them.
What happened?
I thought I could just talk to them, but well, I suppose the lines got crossed a little bit. I think we could discuss it later.
You sure?
I think I need a bit of a minute. Many, it seems.
Morin kind of nods her head slowly. But we are talking about this.
I think we have to.
She'll just give her a bit of a squeeze and hold the hug for however long Caracilla wants.
Yeah, she won't stay there for a long moment.
Yep, that's totally fine.
Did you sleep well, at least?
Well enough, yeah. Better than I expected.
Good. I was a bit worried about that too, I suppose.
I think there's much we need to talk to everyone about once everyone's gotten some food. Plans for today Me, you. Much to do and so little time.
Well, still got the whole day, right? We've got up time. Sure, it'll be enough.
We've worked under tighter time constraints before.
True.
We got this, sis. You know that, right?
What are the choices there, right?
Yeah. True.
We're gonna succeed because we have to. I think each of us know that now.
Just whatever happens, just stay close to me, okay?
Always. No. Suppose I can't call you my little sister now.
And Martin will just kind of like lift up an arm and flex. I'll always be your big sister.
Not always need you to be.
Not as much as I need you. Come on, let's get some food and drink. It'll make you feel better, at least a little bit. And she'll kind of start walking Carousel over to where everyone's gathering or where the food's being delivered or whatever.
Yeah, sure. After maybe a half an hour, there's a knock on the door. You open it. It's the elderly woman who is sort of watching the night graveyard shift. She comes down, brings a small platter of freshly cooked food. Definitely not nice food. It's just like some scrambled eggs, some fried pork belly, and maybe some mostly fresh fruit, and also several fish as well that have kind of been fried and pan-seared.
Nice.
Yeah. A good old Port City.
Sorry. I like food.
Yeah. And also some drinks. A lot of wine. A lot of warm, spiced, mulled wine.
Wine for breakfast? Hell yeah, let's get day drunk.
It's not even 7 a.m.
Well, I think let's not get drunk, but like let's all who partake, let's all maybe have a drink while we sit and eat.
Yeah, this is what you're supposed to do, right? You just kind of like warm up.
Yeah, like especially for your size, only a glass. That's it.
All right. I have
With
yet
bread.
to do this the right way, so don't have to tell me.
Is there really a right way? I mean, come on.
There's the better way.
There's definitely a wrong way.
There is a way that kills you.
Yes, you two seem to have trouble with drinking. It is supposed to stay inside of your stomach.
You know,
Roasted.
no comeback. No comeback at all. That was pretty good. She'll just take a sassy sip and start. Yeah, she's grabbing one of everything for sure. One pork belly.
One pan-seared fish.
Yes.
One
I want you to know that I
Egg.
really thought you were going to say one pansexual fish, and I don't know why.
We don't know.
Be a
We
fan for sexual fish. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. It can be whatever you want it to be, Cameron. Whatever makes you happiest.
Well,
While eating and drinking a little bit before the conversation starts up, Bianca will try and make eye contact with Carasilla, like, you want me to say it or do you? Just kind of like waiting on her to kind of be like giving her signals.
I mean, would probably be like after a long moment for people to actually be able to just like drink and eat first before we get into everything. But she'll she'll acknowledge the kind of look over at her, and I feel like if Bianca's like look at her like that, she probably would realize like, more, Carissa's trying to be, smiley and all that as she normally is, but it just seems very distant. But eventually she will just kind of break the silence as she's kind of watching this whole conversation about adequate drinking and all that. And just kind of clap her hands together. I feel like we have a lot of business to attend to today, so probably be a good idea to plan, and I think there are a few things to discuss. And she'll also give a bit of a look at Morwen.
Yeah, much to discuss. Oh. You or me first? Me? I feel like you're looking at me.
Oh, if you want to go first, you can go first.
Yeah.
Whatever seems appropriate.
Yeah, I'll start us off, I guess. Alright. I wanted to talk to you all about this yesterday, but yesterday was a bit of a day. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. Where to start with this whole thing? Okay, this is gonna seem weird, but just follow me for a second. So I don't dream. Like, not really, at least I don't remember them. I pretty much go to sleep and close my eyes, and then the next thing I remember is opening them for the most part. As you all have seen, I have suffered from the occasional nightmare. I remember those far more frequently than any dream. But a few months after joining the Children of the Flame, I kept getting these flashes of some sort of imagery. And it didn't mean anything to me at the time, but they kept coming. It wasn't every night, but they were frequent. Enough to make me take notice of them. The first was, there was this storm, and there was this field of red flowers. I'm not sure if you all remember, but outside of Tyr's Tavern, there was a whole field of them towards the back. I found it when we were out hunting for our food that night. And from where I was standing and the clouds, everything just looked exactly as I remembered it. Well, not exactly. In my dream, there was some sort of a shape, a creature in the sky. When I was there, it wasn't. But everything else, every detail I can remember was precise. And as we traveled further to Fjarlith, I kept seeing those flowers. And they grew scarcer as we went on. And I just had this feeling that whatever was waiting for us in Fjarlith was not good. And again, we all know how that went. I pushed it off just because, deja vu, I don't know, it just didn't seem real. And then it happened again. When Cecily couldn't open the door to the vault. That wasn't the first time I had seen that doorway. I had an image of the door being opened, seeing a silhouette and someone channeling lightning to open the doorway. That's why I told you to do what you did. And it worked. And I don't know what they mean or what they are, but can't really ignore it the second time. So I just thought you all should know that I don't know what's going on, but something is.
Well, if there's anything I've learned in this whole adventure of ours, it's that we should pay attention to our weird feelings. Apparently they mean something.
Dreams are often the feelings we are too afraid to see. And The future is the most terrifying.
You can say that again.
You know,
Please.
at the tavern too, before those enemies showed up to get that orb from Oriana, I remember feeling like it was gonna storm at some point. And then it never really did. But I wonder if that's a weird feeling I should be paying more attention to, too. I mean, I'd never had that before. Just kind of knew that it was gonna rain. I mean, the only other time I'd know back in Water's Wake is when it started raining. Not exactly my skill. I
They seem like
believe you,
omens
basically.
of some
You-
kind.
Said they were red flowers.
Sorry, what, Connor? You cut out.
Oh, you said they're red flowers?
Pretty sure they were red. Let me double check that.
Yeah, they were.
Yes, red.
Dark spots in the center.
It's
It's almost like I've got a picture, but I promise I don't.
Yeah, I posted both the pictures in session
Oh,
notes.
hey. Okay, didn't see that. Yeah.
Ashima's doing some prognosticating. They sound to me to be poppies. Red ones, precisely. Often used as a symbol of the fallen.
Hmm.
Or you have drug habits you are not sharing with us.
Definitely not that one.
Well, it
So-
seems like they're useful, but it's like in hindsight we understand them to a degree, but maybe the beforehand it was hard to interpret, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when I didn't even know to look for them. Like I said, I just usually have nightmares, so even when I saw these, didn't really mean anything to me until they became repetitive.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you have a gift. Like, maybe there's some sort of prophetic gift that you have that you could harness, and God knows we could use that.
Wow, I feel like that was a lot of pressure you put on me with that sentence.
Morwin, tell me my future.
You're definitely going to throw that up later today.
Oof.
Taken.
So you
Permission to
can see
drink-
the future.
Permission to drink more, right? It's already gonna happen.
I think that's what we call a self-fulfilling prophecy. Learned that term recently.
A self-fulfilling prophecy?
Prophecy. Yeah. You have to know all three of those words, right?
I guess, individually, but
Don't
Well-
make the bad shit happen, Suni. That's all I'm saying.
don't make bad shit happen.
Have you had any more dreams like this recently? Especially while we've been in the past?
No, it was a few months after joining the Children of the Flame. So, I mean, I've been seeing these for a long time on and off. Sometimes it would be months between when I saw them or really gave them any thought, but I don't ever remember seeing them before joining.
Well, I'm happy to look into maybe the history on dreams and maybe ones that hold meaning for the future if you'd like. Or we could even do some research together. I don't know if, today is the best day to take time out of our already busy schedules to do some research, but maybe when we do have time, if you would like, I'd be happy to help with that.
I would appreciate it. Of the 3 images I've seen, 2 have revealed themselves. There is still one other that I've yet to see. There was a woman on the... I believe it was a woman. I couldn't quite tell. It was a cloaked figure of some kind. And they were on this snowy mountain. It seemed very high. And they were carrying some sort of a torch or a candle. And they were walking up and approaching these stone pillars, obelisks, I'm not sure. There was this writing on them that I couldn't quite make out what it was, or I don't recognize the language, but as the figure approached, their light would shoot forward and it started wrapping around the stones just unnaturally. That's all it is. It means nothing to me. Yet, at least.
It's still safe to say that it's a marker of something important, though. I think it's a good idea for all of us, perhaps, to be aware. Maybe not look for it. I don't think there's any good looking for signs like that, but...
Agreed. That's why
I think awareness, at least, would be wise.
Yes, we have bigger things on our plate, I know, but after the second time and what it meant for us, I couldn't not tell you anymore. 1, I threw off as a fluke, but 2, no, couldn't do that.
Well, thank you for telling us, and hopefully we can help you make sense of these, and maybe it will be helpful to all of us in what we're trying to do. Seems to have been pretty helpful already.
I would count on its use.
Well, we'll see what happens with that. For now, there are other things we must discuss. I've taken too much time as it is.
Well, I suppose the big thing is finding out how we want to move forward with this whole heist, right? And I have to say that things might be a little bit more complicated now. The Dark One knows we're in Bromsgrove. And he knows we're here for the heist. Which seemingly wasn't something he actually knew before, which was, well, an advantage that we've now lost. And one that I must apologize for losing us.
How long ago did this happen?
This morning. And those two, gesturing to Bianca and Sunny, were out doing something which I suppose is probably another thing we should talk about this morning, maybe? I'm not sure.
Jeez.
We may wish to move immediately.
Ugh. Man, everybody was... Well, okay. I'll be honest, I, kind of assumed he knew where we were anyway, and if it wasn't you, probably would have been somebody else. I mean... Don't get me wrong, I've seen him now, and I'm not taking it lightly, but I also know that every second I'm alive, he's losing.
Aptly put. You seem to blame yourself, but how did this come about?
I thought I could try something. Given that this is the past, and well, certain things are yet to happen, as is the nature of time, I suppose. I tried sending a message to our troop, Mornai troop. I didn't know what I wanted to achieve, but I wanted to do something. I felt like I needed to do something. I wanted them to at least have a choice. I didn't mention much more in the initial sending of it, but something about the magic was different. I didn't really pick up on it any more that then perhaps something about us being in this time may have changed things there, but well, it put me into contact with the Dark One, and I let myself be coaxed into saying probably more than I should have. More than I wanted to initially. I mean, I was never gonna say the whole thing, but Bromsgrove did come up. And well, he definitely didn't know where we were before. He said that he was wondering where we were. And well, he seems confident still that it's not the heist that's gonna matter. Apparently there's something more than just the egg, but I couldn't tell you exactly. Hopefully it's something we can find in our investigations.
Well, two things are clear. One, we should not, for even a second, walk openly. And secondly, I don't believe it's your fault. I was reached out by a message from Keothi last night. Perhaps if I had done the same and given even an ounce of more detail, perhaps the same could have happened to me. I think it was only a matter of time.
If he hasn't met you at this time, right? If I remember your story right?
Correct. As much as I would like to believe that something good is afoot, my instincts lead me to believe the opposite.
I actually might disagree with you on that one.
Oh?
This might be better news than we were thinking. He didn't know where we were, but he knows that we vanished at some point in the future. So he knows us now, like he used to. He might know what we're trying to do, but he still doesn't know exactly where we are or how we're going to do it. The Forsaken were already onto us, but we can still outplay him here. This isn't over.
That's true. Kind of figured we couldn't elude him anyway. If we can, I mean... We're doing better than I thought. I don't know what to make of the Keothi thing either, though. It's...
Can I ask what exactly she was saying, though?
Oh. Just a reassuring message. Nothing out of character for her.
And you in turn?
Simply returned the favor. Gave no details about where we were, when we were, how we were. It, more than my aloof nature, it struck me as odd. I didn't want to... Well, I'm not sure.
I can almost guarantee that it was a different situation, though. I mean, from what it sounds, yours was just, well, things operating as they mostly should, but I think if it was truly some kind of Dark One force that contacted you, I can guarantee you there'd be much more to tell than just simple pleasantries.
Perhaps. Even still, I think we should regard anyone, anything, with complete suspicion.
We have gotten a bit more comfortable, I think, since being in Loshar. I know I have. Even though we went through everything that we have, it's nice to sometimes feel like you can let go, but I think it's a good thing that we all kind of are here and thinking about what the Dark One can do and remembering that we don't know all of his tricks and to not be so trusting, maybe as we have been.
So, how does this change what we're doing today? I mean, I think some of you have a fighting pit thing. I have a meeting with a gangster? I don't know what else to call him. So, should we still do those?
I think we definitely have to if we still want to be able to prevent this thing. I mean, back in the future, present? We were told about the Brothers Varsi. I still think it'd probably be a good idea to try and, well, see if there's anything there. I'm not familiar with them, if they would be of any help, or even if we can just get information or a better idea of what's happening from them.
Anything would help. Well, we can divide and conquer then. We have our fighters, we have our person that's connected to the gangster, and then some of us can go see the brothers.
As much
There's
as
a couple of other things on our plate as well, though. I mean, if we're going to this ball thing, I think it's best to be there as if we're meant to be.
Right, how are we gonna get in? Oh.
Dorian.
Yes, exactly. And also, hopefully, if we can get an invite through him, I mean, I'm sure since it's a SARS event, the Golden Shields will have more reign over things, but Children of the Flame is still the Children of the Flame. Still a name that means something, and, well, if anyone's going to be able to get us in, it's probably Dorian.
Along with this, we might need Dorian's help at making sure we even have a chance, because, Joe, remind me, what was Parido's, like, alias in Brahmsgrove? What was his, like, name as the Tsar's assistant?
Ooh, Carlin something. Carlin something.
Carlin's good enough.
George
Carlin
Carlin.
Brute. R-R-T-E.
Sir, Topham Hat.
Carlin it is. So,
Dan Carlin.
This ball takes place at the Tsar's party. I imagine Carlin and thus Parido will certainly have an invite, if not be present. We might need Dorian to run interference to make sure that he's not directly interfering.
Right.
Because especially now that the Dark One knows, his little hunt from earlier is going to become much more personal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joe, what time was the fight supposed to be that we were supposed to do? Was that in the evening or was that earlier in the day?
Afternoon.
Okay.
So noon-ish. And the meeting with the Beggar King, Landor, that meeting was in the evening.
Oh, that one's in the evening. Okay, cool.
In the Pine Place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Oh god, I had the name. It's not
Well,
Carlin,
Condor.
it's Calrin. Calrin.
Halrin.
Yeah. I thought
So-
Carlin was a little weird.
I
He's
feel like
like,
you told me
it
to
fits.
swap those letters before as well. So, LR, not RL.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I had in my notes. I think that I just spelled it wrong when I sent you the message.
Well, gosh.
Because
Um,
I know. That's it.
Well,
That's where we're gonna end the session because my feelings are hurt.
No.
I guess I'm the DM now. Like I said, I'm playing. So.
All right. I'll forward you the notes. Good luck.
All right.
I think it would also
Well-
be a good idea to remember that it's probably not just Parado that's going to be, well, around, I suppose. Maybe not necessarily at the ball, but there are 2 others. We know that for a fact. And
Yes.
they're certainly going to
Right.
be somewhat involved.
I don't know. I don't remember if Bianca described what the other 2 that she saw looked like, and so she will. Just so everyone can keep an eye out for, since everyone now knows what Paraido's alias guy looks like, she'll describe the other 2.
Sorry, it's been like 3 or 2 weeks, whatever. Didn't Cassius say that he was leaving Bromsgrove, though? Like, is he still here?
He said that he was leaving soon, but
Okay, so there's some inference there.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm.
All right.
I will also
Mm.
say that in part of talks, I would hesitate to say with, but from the Dark One, it seems like all 3 will be players in it.
Then we
And
need all the
Cassie
help
gave
we can get.
And he gave us some of his cards too, so not all bad.
Yes, well, also to say that we shouldn't count Cassius out. Maybe leaving, but I don't know if plans have changed or if, well, it was after this heist.
Regardless,
We know
I
there
think
are
it's-
3 Forsaken, and we already know this is dangerous. But I think there's enough opportunity for us to be able to do something about it. I mean, again, we don't even know what our own plans are. I doubt the Dark One can know them for us.
true.
Well,
Well,
just being street smart here. This Londor Beggar King guy. Obviously, this whole thing's a little risky. I mean, he knew I had more money than I gave him. He was able to clock that much. If he wanted money, he'd already have it. So, seems like even if he does give me some sort of information, seems like meeting him is actually what he wants.
I'm sure he thinks that there's probably something else he can get out of you, but don't plan on
Well-
being taken advantage of for twice for one day. But I think, knowing what I know about him, he's not out there to just, well, scam and take for the sake of it. He has his little posse of enforcers and informers, and well, he does ultimately work for the community, for the beggar community. I mean, it's why he's got his title after all.
Well, that's the
so-
thing, though. He's, that's pretty powerful, so how much
He's a
do
good
I
person to have
give
on our
him?
side.
Right, but how much can I give him before he's just playing us?
We'll just have to see how much he has, how much he wants. I think this is something that you always have to just play by ear. But point is, I think it's also possible that our interests align. I
Hmm.
mean, he wouldn't want to
open
see
war
the
is
destruction
certainly
of
not
the
going
city
to do
anymore.
favors.
Indeed. And so I think we can play it as if he's an ally until proven otherwise.
Okay. I certainly think we could use them. Well, that's what I'm going to be thinking about all day. So,
I think I should head to Dorian as soon as possible. I think he's going to be one of our key people that we know for certain that we can trust and can get us at least something to go off of. He knows how important stopping this is.
Do some of us want to go to the brothers then this morning, while some of us go to the Children of the Flame, and then we meet back for the fight, and then finish off with whatever we find / meeting the Beggar King,
I'd certainly
or helping
happily go with
Cecily?
the brothers.
I would go
Okay.
along for the brothers.
yeah, I'll meet them. I don't know how much leverage they really have with the Children of the Flame.
I'll tag along with you, Morwen, if that's all right.
Absolutely. Bianca, you want to come as well?
Yeah, I would love to meet them and just get a good vibe, I guess.
Fair enough.
So, who wants to go see the brothers with me again?
It's Karasilla and Nishima with you.
Cool.
I feel as though the Children of the Flame might label me as a heretic, so
Hmm.
In all honesty, I don't think they'd care. I don't say that to discredit anything, but I think Children of the Flame are
I understand. I
much-
understand.
much less strict than you think.
Dravenwood, though, that guy's an asshole.
Draven's a bit different. I don't think he'd even care. I think more so he'd care that you haven't lopped enough heads off.
True.
Ew. Brothers it is.
If anything goes wrong, we all meet back here. Carousel, you message us if there's a problem. We'll come running to you for support.
Of course. We should say the same for you, but well, trust you'll keep them all safe.
Of course. Well, if there's nothing else, we're running out of time.
All right, let's get to it then.
And break.
Squad.
Alrighty. So with that, the 6 of you divvy up into your 2 groups of 3. Bianca, wait, what the fuck? Sorry, I dropped 2 of the same tokens on the map. So Ashima, Karasilla, and Cecily heading towards Londor and the beggar nation that he has created. And then Morwen, Suni, and Bianca headed up to the Children of the Flame Keep. So as the 6 of you go on your 2 separate ways, headed out of the furnace and to your 2 respective locations, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. Yeah.
Hey,
Break time.
I think they're going to the Brothers Bossy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because that's the that's the night. Yes. Thank you. So there were a lot of places that were referenced.
That's true. We have like 6 plans going
Yeah.
simultaneously.
Yep.
Yeah. We're
All
getting
right.
shit done today.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Plans within plans within plans.
Got
Alright.
plans on the inside. Call it plan site.
All right, everybody's got 15 minutes for their location. All right.
Wow.
Setting a timer. If you don't do it in 15 minutes, the people die. Okay.
Yikes.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's go.
I mean, that sounds reasonable.
Let's go to break. Bye. 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 Bye.
All right, and
All right.
we're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. I got too anxious to tell everybody, okay, we're coming back, so I just decided to do it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and hop back into the session, and we are going to go ahead and cut to the city of Bromsgrove. As our two separate parties traverse out of the furnace, the sounds of the city begin to grow around them. Where as the party of 6 heads out of the furnace and splits into their 2 groups of 3, the sounds of Bromsgrove fill the air. People chattering back and forth on the streets, the sounds of animals and birds moving and grazing. On top of that, the sounds of hammers and anvils clinking and clattering, and the constant cacophony of noise that is the city of Bromsgrove really comes to life in these moments. So, with purpose and determination, our party of brave adventurers heads out and away on their 2 respective missions. So, first things first, let's go ahead and go to Morwen, Bianca, and Suni heading to the Keep of the Children of the Flame. Let's go ahead and head there first. So, as the 3 of you are heading throughout the city streets, I'm just kind of curious, how exactly are you approaching this situation, all things considered now?
I'm following Morwen's lead.
Also following Morwen's lead, but willing to help however I can.
Definitely cloaked up, trying to make, not wearing full Children of the Flame paraphernalia like usual, but, yeah, cloaked up, trying to stay hidden, taking more back roads rather than main roads, and mainly just telling everyone to kind of keep an eye out as we're going, because, as we saw yesterday, things can go from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yes.
Suni will offer if anybody wants to put anything in the bag of holding before we travel, and he'll offer this to the other group too, in case there's something they don't want to have on their person before they leave. Yeah.
Morwen's good.
Yeah, I don't have anything in particular. Bianca's a simple woman.
Oh, okay. Cool,
Give
cool.
her a gun and a horse.
Give her a gun and a horse to shoot at, and she's happy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just want you guys to know, in case you didn't hear about it, Keothi is in Isles now. And Keothi made a joke about Bianca shooting a horse in front of Twig. And then Joe realized how fucked up of a joke that was. And Keothi went, no, not like it was better to kill the horse than the person.
But I mean, it definitely was.
It's justified. Like, Keothi understands. It's just, Twig is a 15-year-old child who loves animals.
It's okay. They're kingdoms and castles buddies now.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, anyway. So, with that, you collect yourselves and you head towards the Keep of the Children of the Flame. Now, as all of you are making your way throughout the city streets, Morwen, Bianca, and Suni, Morwen, since you know the area well, I'd like to give each one of you advantage on your stealth check that you're going to have to make.
Fuck.
So it cancels out for you, Morwen.
Yeah.
I will also say Christmas inspiration isn't DM inspiration. It's pretty much a point of luck. So it doesn't grant you advantage. It just allows you 1 reroll.
Gotcha.
Oh no.
You have
Oh wait, we have
advantage.
advantage.
You have advantage.
God.
Come on.
All right, 7. Oh, thank God.
22. Okay,
Alright, I'm
nice.
pulling up my character sheet because I'm trash. Okay. Stealth check.
It's just funny because of the consistency.
I know. Come on. Roll. That's the first one. Nice
Oh.
shit.
Oh,
Here's the second one. Less
Better.
shit.
okay.
Still not great.
All right.
Wow, we're doing great.
Okay, cool. So with that, as the 3 of you begin to make your way through the city streets, there is a horrendous mistake that Bianca and Suni make. So as the three of you are heading from alley to alley to alley, just trying to stay hidden, keep yourselves concealed, you curl around, sneak around, and Morwen, you're doing a good job of directing these two, but you can tell that these two are very used to stealthing quickly and quietly when they know where they're at, or they have a set destination that they know they're trying to get to. But they didn't go to the keep of the Children of the Flame with you and Carasilla the other day, so they don't really have a good idea of where they're going. You try your best to keep up with them, but it's definitely throwing you off as you still have your armor on because you don't know what's going to happen today. Like, it seems like around any corner, something bad could happen. And there is a moment where you physically grab the collars of Bianca and Suni and stop them in their tracks as they go to turn, and you turn around with them. As you grab the both of them, as you turn around a corner, you can see maybe 15, 25 feet, you can see Cassius Finch walk down a street. As you grab them, pull them back into the wall, back around the corner.
Did we also see it, or did we just?
Oh, no, yeah,
feel
you
more
guys, Bianca, you definitely saw it. Suni,
Yeah.
you have his description, and that kind of looked like somebody that was described, but no way to. There are a lot of human guys with graying temples, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
She
More
was
li-
like,
Good.
I was just gonna say thanks.
Lauren just very slowly kind of pokes her head out to see if he's walked by or if he's like still there.
you peek your head out around that corner, waiting for just maybe 5-10 minutes. Nobody's coming down that alleyway as all three of you are kind of looking down that way. And Suni, you twist your head back. As Mormon, you're peeking down one way. Bianca, you're also looking for this Cassius Finch. And you end up looking back down another alleyway. And you can see what looks to be 3 individuals approaching from that direction.
Who saw
Three
that?
individuals approaching us.
Yeah,
Suni.
Suni, you can see 3 individuals approaching you. You don't recognize any of them, but you do recognize the armor they're wearing. That is significant of the Children of the Flame, the same armor that Morwen would wear.
Cindy will just go. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, the last key thing here. It seems as though the individual leading these other... So the 3 of them, they're kind of in like a chevron, and there's one at the top of the chevron, leading the other 2. You can see a man wearing what looks to be either half plate or full plate armor, like blazoned white with a trim of gold, the symbol of the Children of the Flame on his chest, and you can see this fiery wreath of hair around his head, his face, and his eyebrows. Looks to be a fire genasi man. 2 small motes of flame in his eyes as he begins to step closer. And at this point, Suni, he hasn't seen Carasilla or he hasn't seen Morwen and Bianca, but he has seen you as you sort of looked the other way. And he's just walking towards you.
Have I gotten the description of this person from Morning Carasilla by this point? I don't know if this is something that I missed when I was gone for like those 2 or 3 weeks, but
I mean, they would have talked about him, but I don't know if it'd be.
It would have
that
been like months
big.
ago though.
Like, maybe they might have mentioned that he's a fire genasi, but like, you know, that's probably it.
I'll say, Suni, make an intelligence check to see if you can recall this information. Because a lot of shit has happened to you in the past couple of months.
Fair.
If only you were Franzi and had the observant feat. Well,
that was so nice.
yeah. DM, you have to tell me because I remember it.
I'm so sorry.
Keen Mind, that's the one. Keen Mind, yeah.
Yeah.
So you stare, and Children of the Flame. That's what Morwen and Carasilla are. Nice.
Yeah, Suni will just use his elbow and kind of bump into Morwen and then point. Not like a big flashy point, but just point in down that direction and look up at her.
Morn will look. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Is that a bad thing?
About 25 feet away
It-
now.
Much more potentially a bad thing. How close are we to the keep?
To the keep, probably about another 10-minute walk.
Okay.
You
And
probably
just
went.
to be clear,
Yeah.
last time we had any sort of an air quote interaction with Draven Hunt, we like beat the crap out of a bunch of his men who were trying to hurt other people, right?
Specifically Keothi, yeah. Oh wait,
Cool.
shit, no, that happened. That was the last interaction you guys had. They tried to kill Keothi and the Sons of Jormungandr, and your men stopped it.
All right, cool. We don't have time for this. Go. And Morwen's just gonna take off running.
And Bianca's like, I guess after him. And then there we go.
Okay.
Suni will shrug to the camera and then run off.
So yeah, the three of you begin sprinting, and you can hear Draven Hunt yell after you, Morwen. It was nice seeing you as well. And doesn't seem like they're pursuing.
Oh, thank God. Do not need to deal with that today.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Did Bianca and Suni get a full rest from, even though they went out last night?
Oh yeah, you would have, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering how much time you spent relaxing in the morning. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I just never did that, so.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, cool. So with that, the three of you continue to push forward to the Keep of the Children of the Flame. The rest of the journey there seems you seem to avoid most, if any, conflict that would have come your way. You don't see any more of the 13 that you know are here, to your knowledge. And, oh, shit. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Kayla just threw a... Okay. I just got shushed. So I don't know. Yeah, you... Sorry, the food smells so good. You continue on your... Also, to Cameron, answer your question, it seems like some type of breaded chicken, carrots, and potatoes with a type
Ooh.
of spicy sriracha mayo.
Nice.
Yeah,
That sounds delicious.
that looks delicious. So with that, the rest of you, the three of you, do eventually make your way to the Children of the Flame Keep. So I'm going to pull you all here. You can see this massive structured building with a small bridge that leads across this ravine or this gap in the mountainside, sort of building back. And you can see even further behind the keep this impossibly tall tower that continues to spiral up and up and up and up into what looks to almost be a lighthouse, but you can see this blazing, white-hot, radiant flame shining down light on the imminent area, and for the most part, from as high up as you are, you can see it shining down light on a fair bit of the city of Bromsgrove. This sort of light in the darkness that can be this world. As you approach, Morwen leading you in to the sort of front hall here, you can see as you enter, the doors open behind you, and the sounds of the market and this busy city do eventually fade behind you as you enter into the temple of this keep of the Children of the Flame. So as you enter, there is just this reverence in the air of respect for the Holy Flame, the First Flame, Nabir Tarman, and the mission that the Children of the Flame pledged themselves to. But Morwen, as you approach, you recognize the same woman that was just here, yesterday. You had your conversation with the Lightbearer then.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. When you had your meeting with Lightbearer then. And you can see her kind of narrow her eyes with these two new people that you're coming with. And she says, "Oh, well, may the light guide you, Morwen. What brings you back to the keep this pleasant morning?"
Oh, light guides you as well, and would you believe it? Same exact thing as yesterday.
I'm sorry, but the light bearer is busy in the current moment. He's in a meeting.
Okay, I know how this works, so let's just skip to the end, if that's all right.
All right, I will go inform him of your meeting, but it's very well. And you can see her kind of stand up and head back through one of the back hallways.
Does
and-
she seem, as she was kind of like saying that, did she seem like nervous, like more so than yesterday? Because this isn't the first time she's had to go talk to him and interrupt a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, nervous just because, she very obviously does not like to disturb the light bearer when he's off doing something that she would consider to be important. But anything aside from that, it's kind of hard to pick up unless you'd like to try and focus in a little harder, but you're not exactly sure what an insight check might get you in this current moment.
Nah, like Morin just kind of like narrows her eyes, kind of wondering to herself, but
Mhm.
She'll wait.
Okay.
She's not going to press.
So about half an hour passes, and she does come back. And as she is coming back out, you can see following her, she sits down, she says, he's finishing up his meeting right now. You should be all right to head back there in 5 or so minutes.
Morin just gives a nod.
Okay, so with that, you sort of sit and wait for a moment, just wandering about the entry hallway, looking up at some of the tapestries and murals and mosaics that decorate the interior. And as you're standing off on one of the far corners, just waiting, 5 minutes until she says that you're all right to go in, you can see one of the double doors that lead into the interior of the keep itself opens. And sort of making a wide berth from the door to the exit, you can see a tall, very muscular and built man wearing very fine clothes. Longer, brownish gray hair with a bit of a scruffy beard around his chin. One Calrin Root. You can see him sort of stop in the middle of the hall and sniff. And he's going to make a perception check. Are you guys doing anything in this moment?
Morin's not. She's dead fucking still.
Bianca might just kind of clock the exits so that if anything goes awry, she can just bolt. But otherwise, she won't move in this moment.
Suni's probably too stupid to realize what just happened, to be honest, so.
I mean, you've met this guy.
We have?
Yeah,
Well,
this is...
it was a session you weren't there for, but yeah, you know.
Okay.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
I guess you...
straight up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to watch one of them, but I didn't watch the others.
Mhm.
Nah, you're good, fam. You're good. But yeah, Suni knows this is Parido, like 10 feet
Okay.
away, and has Bianca's scent.
I guess he'll just slide his hood up over his head and turn around. Tuck his tail between his legs.
Are all of you kind of averting your gaze from him?
Yes, but keeping
No,
peripherals. Oh, okay. Well, Bianca's doing the whole peripheral vision where she's definitely like
Okay.
looking at him, but not looking at him.
You can see him for a moment, kind of the shoes clicking on the solid floors, echoing throughout the halls, moving closer towards you and stopping at the desk. Tell me, my dear, do you know if there are any more meetings that Bearer Almer happens to have with the Tsar, or even with the Imperator? There are things that came up in our meeting that I think I'd like to make sure that all parties are being represented accurately. If you understand what I mean. And you can see the woman kind of look up and nod and say, yes, I can check for you. That's not a problem. Let's see. And you can see her kind of begin to flip through a small book that she has in front of her, a journal of a kind. And, oh God, sorry, I feel like I'm going to sneeze.
Do it.
Nope, my body's not going to allow me. And kind of flipping through, it seems like the next meeting is scheduled for maybe a month or so from now. Yeah. Yes. I think it might be best if there is a meeting sooner. The Tsar is afraid there might be some news coming in the next few days that may change things. And just in case that happens, I think it's best that there be a meeting in place. Would you mind pinning that down? Of course, that's not a problem. And you're sure that the Tsar understands that this meeting will be happening? Oh, he'll make time. He always does for the children of the flame. And you can see him give this big, toothy smile, and I'd say some of you with your passive perceptions, you can just see just little bits of these sharp canines kind of poking out, just a little bit. Well, I think I've been hard at work. Past, well, almost a year. You know what, I think it's time I maybe take a little bit of a vacation. I hear hunting is nice this time of year. It's almost as if the scents carried right through the air. Well, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Of course, Master Root. I'll try my best. And with that, you can see Father Parido exit the keep. And with that, you see the woman sort of look over to all of you, confused. You should be good to head in now.
Thank you. Lauren just stands up and starts, like, fast marching over there.
Bianca will also say thank you and then enter, just kind of like taking that in, so.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, you all head into that sort of interim like debate hall until eventually you make your way to the back of the keep, right by where the exit to the sort of courtyard of the keep would be, where the entrance to the Tower of Nabir Tarman would be. And you head into where the Lightbearer's throne is. Pull y'all here. As you enter, you can see a view from his window, that sort of sprawling city side of Brahmsgrove. As all of you approach, you can see Dorian kind of looking down towards all of you, this elderly man who still stands strong and tall for his age. But you can definitely tell that he has a fair bit of age to him. As he looks down and moves his way down the throne, down the stairs, and he's going to roll an insight check.
At advantage if he's looking at Morwen, who's pale as shit right now.
Advantage not necessary. He just says, "What did you see?"
Okay. First of all, do you guys want to introduce yourselves before I get into this?
Yep, hi, I'm one of Morwen and Caracella's traveling companions, Bianca Dusong. I also work for the Raven Queen.
I'm Suni.
Do you also work for a very powerful cosmic entity?
mother of mountains.
Impressive. Anyway, Morwen, what did
Okay.
you see?
Listen, things have gone from bad to worse really fast since we last talked to you. Okay, where do I start? Okay, gentleman who just left, Carlin? No.
Calrin.
Yeah. Calrin, damn it. Yeah, Calrin. He's one of the 13.
I thought that I sensed there was something off about him.
His real name is, what do you call
Parido.
it? Oh, wait, what? How'd you know that?
I assumed it. There aren't very many that would match his... Many of the 13, they are easily identifiable. Someone like Nakure. Or even Wicker. Or even Anvath Moonfall. Some of the Forsaken, they're so easy to identify their unique characteristics. Parido, all he has is a bit of... When the Dark One is willing, just looks like any other man, just a bit scruffy. I knew those eyes. I'm always afraid of becoming like Traven. Anyone I see accusing them of being a dark friend. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. And here's where we're at.
Okay, well, it gets a little bit worse. There's 2 others in the city as well that we know of. Cassius and Clementine. Was that right? Looking to Bianca again?
Yeah, that's who I saw or heard. Kind of saw a little bit of both.
Yeah. All 3 of them are here.
Oh, and I can I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who was talking to Issen before. Galena.
Mm-hmm.
Advisor Galena. I don't know if you know this person or that
Wait,
name, but
That's the advisor to the investors of Bella Clara.
well, they were speaking with those members of the 13 and a demon prince who also works for the Dark One in this city.
Wait a minute. I just this morning received word of a collection of tomes on a demon that went missing in the archives.
Issen. Yes, I actually went to collect those tomes when they were gone.
Damn it. Light blind me. You can see him kind of think for a moment about what he wants his next step to be. Very well. So they're here. Not in full force, but ready to strike at any moment. Morwen, you and Caracilla told me the other day that you came here to stop the heist.
Yeah.
Then my only assumption would be is that they are here to make sure that the heist isn't prevented. Now that we know about
Yes.
Now that we know about Carlin, and you said there's another, you said Clementine is also here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Cassius. Very well. I'm going to triple the patrols and triple the soldiers that go out on patrols. Anywhere you go, should you choose, you're going to have an armed escort with you. Unless you'd prefer to wander throughout the city on your own. I can understand that. I leave the choice up to you.
I feel like it might put a target on her back.
Well, good to know we have options. We're going to need to meet with Carousel and the others, and we'll figure out the best course of action. But I do think Suni is right that, unfortunately, my worst news does get even worse. Paraido has Bianca's scent, and he kind of knows what she's here to do, because the Dark One not only knows that we're here, but he knows that we came from the future to stop this.
That is not good.
I think what we really need is just assurance that we will be able to get where we need to be to stop the heist. I think we can take care of like hiding ourselves. We've done a very good job of it for the most part so far. Because we need access to places that we just don't yet. Like getting into this ball and maybe having some sort of aliases to help keep us, like, just make sure things are in check. And if you know of anything else connected to it, or where we can find these people, or who maybe Galena would like hire for this, anything. I think we just need information right now.
One at a time. I can get you into the ball. I can do that much. I requested with the Tsar that there be Children of the Flame there just in case Dark Friends strike. Only downside is, Carousel and Morwen, this won't be much of a problem, but you'll need to be in full uniform. So for those of you that don't wear armor or you don't wear plate, it'll need to be retrofitted at least with a magical enchantment, maybe a necklace or a ring that disguises your armor to match the Children of the Flame colors. That way you'll be identifiable as Children of the Flame.
All right, we can do that.
Is that any sort of enchantment you could get it for us?
Yes, I will. The only issue is the cloaks and other interested parties. I have refused Draven Hunt permission of this mission because I don't feel as though he's responsible enough to handle it. But he has enough sway where I'll need to include at least one or two of his most trusted. Now they will know. It doesn't matter. It only needs to last a night. I'll make sure the enchantments are strong enough. And I will say that to the two of you, pointing to you, Suni and Bianca, and any of the others that travel with you, understand that regardless of what you may hear or what you may see from others, myself and the Children of the Flame are on your side. And if what Morwen and Carasilla say is true, which I know it is, of Delner's Pass, should you consider taking the oath, I can promise you, you will be fighting for what's right, even when many others don't, but that's not necessary now. The only downside is that if the oath isn't taken, the cloaks that are supposed to burn with the embers, they won't. They'll just be white cloaks, which at that point you'll look to be initiates, traveling with two senior kindled, which isn't most unusual thing, just at such a high-profile event. It might look a little strange. But that's a bridge we can cross when we get there. I'll provide you with enchantments and cloaks. Should you take the oath, I will initiate you firsthand to become accepted. You've proven yourselves of that much. Now, on top of that, message into there. In terms of who would be Galena would hire if she were orchestrating this heist, there are hundreds of gangs that exist within Bromsgrove. I try to keep them all straight, but at a certain point, it's easier to just put out the fires than to try and keep track of all the people who are starting them.
We were attacked by 2 of the soulmongers. I don't necessarily know if Galena would have been the one to hire them. It honestly felt a little... I'm unsure what they were doing or why, if we were the target, why we were the target. It felt kind of random, but that's the only...
Do you think it was one of the Forsaken? Did they know that you were here when you were... Was that the attack on the 7... Of course it was. That's where you two would frequent, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that was us.
There were children that investigated it last night, and the innkeeper there would... I forget her name, but she wouldn't talk much about what happened. Just said that there were some ruffians making noise, but from the explosions, especially the one on the front of the building, they could tell that it was the fiendish. Did they know that you were there?
I don't... The only thing right now is that Parido has a scent, and he, I guess, also clocked it on who all? Suni, Cecily, and Ashima. But I don't know, unless I guess they could have followed it back to there. That would be the only way, I would assume.
And just to be clear, the only 3 Forsaken in the city that you know are that of Parido, Clementine, and Cassius.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Clementine's style. She would go there herself if she knew. Parido, or I guess Calran, has been known to pay off gangs when necessary. To keep the peace in the city, but never to outlash. And Finch is... I don't know much about Finch.
So you think it would be Parido over Galena? It would make sense if he's the one that was kind of tracking.
But if he just knew your scent... I don't know. There's something missing there. I don't think that... Calran would never send whatever creatures attacked you, these soulmongers, if there wasn't a purpose to it. So you killed one, but you said there were 2 that attacked you, so then one retreated?
Mm-hmm.
There's something else going on there. I don't know what, but I have an informant with the soulmongers. I'll see if I can find anything out. Was there anything else suspicious happening in the tavern?
Well, yes, potentially. When Parido found the other 3, he ran into a drow woman whose name I do not remember right now.
Did we get her name?
I thought we did. Didn't she introduce herself?
Yeah, she did.
I did not write it down. Maybe I did. Hold on.
Madam Melistra. Thank you. Oh, geez. Yeah, you put that 3 times. Thanks, Gemma.
Madam Melistra. But yeah. And apparently P was surprised to see her. And then we also learned that a little bit after we checked into the severed toe, she checked into the same one. Which
Wait. Madam Melistra.
Yeah.
A drow woman. And she checked into the same tavern as you that night.
Yes. You're familiar with her, I take it?
Not with Madame Melistra. That bold, Malice? And you can see him kind of scoff. So, then there's 4 Forsaken in the city.
Well, shit.
But why? Why interest in you? Because you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I think that you had mentioned this. You said that you didn't think that the Dark One knew where you were until this morning.
Yes, and like Morgan will kind of glance at Bianca, kind of looking for like, do we kind of tell him what happened?
Yes, we, while trying to reach out to somebody, we made a mistake, and the Dark One reached back instead of that person, and basically we accidentally gave away where we were to our knowledge, but when do we know when he's being truthful? Maybe it was a mind game again. We accidentally said that. Gave him that we were here in Bromsgrove now to stop the heist.
Well, and even before then, we came across a meeting of the Forsaken, and we overheard a little bit of what they were talking about. That's where Paraido picked up the scent initially. So while he didn't know it was us, I think he was still trying to make sure that there was no variables to stop the heist. So he still had motivation to kill anyone associated with the people that he thought might have overheard what he was saying. But that's just complete guesswork on my part.
All right. I didn't want... And you see him, he's going to kind of like rub his temples. It has to be done for the light.
What does?
I have been communing with the light, trying to gaze into the flame that I took from Nabir Taman when I first became Lightbearer. Trying to discover what answers I could, if any. And now... Last night I realized something. While it might... That flame that I took can be used as a weapon. Or as a shield. I'm not going to lie to you, Morwen. I was moved by what you and Carasilla had to say. And I thought, and I meditated, and I prayed, and I made my decision that I was going to do what I could to make sure as many of my children lived. Your men especially so. I was going to take my flame from Nabir Tarman and use it at the Battle of Delnuspats. But now, I fear the only way to keep the Forsaken away from the heist would be to use that flame to create a barrier around the manor. it might be possible to hold them off from the heist. Without it, but there's no way to know for sure. I will keep as many children as I can outside. But I leave this choice to your group. Either use the flame to shield the manor, so no outward interference from the Dark One can change the events. Or I can take the flame with me to Delner's Pass. Still send you on your way so this can happen, but use the flame to save so many that were lost.
We'll let you know before day's end.
Of course. Where are you staying currently?
The underground area of the Furnace Tavern.
You can see him kind of deflate a little bit. Very well. I'll have the enchantments sent there, as well as anything else you may need to gain entry into the ball.
There's just a few other things before we forget.
Very well.
Draven. He may have approached us while we were coming here today. I think he's still a bit sore about what we did to his men. You read the report?
With the Goliath woman, yes.
Yeah. We have protection at the furnace, but we need Draven backing off of that area immediately if we're going to continue to stay there and lie low. And right now, I think it's kind of the safest place we can be without drawing attention anymore.
Very well. I've been looking for an excuse to send him rather far away. I hear that there maybe is some Dark Friend activity in Iverion.
Oh, perfect.
Far, far away. So, I'll send him that way. Make sure to dispatch him along with any of the rest of his troops. But just so we're being fully transparent, if he's going to leave this city, he's going to need something to entice him. But I'd like to give you validation right now that he could never influence my thoughts one way or another. But if I'm going to send him that far away, I'm going to need to make him cindered. And I know that he's not going to leave that area without something bigger to distract him.
I understand. We have to stop this.
You're right about
We'll
that.
figure it out. Marn will glance back to Suni and Bianca to see if there's anything that they wanted to bring up or not.
And Bianca will kind of say this more quietly to Morwen.
Do you want to ask him if he should leave behind a suggestion of who should take his place?
We covered that yesterday when we were here.
All right, cool. Didn't know that.
No, but I appreciate it. It's been a rough 2 days. I could have forgotten. Yeah, it's handled as best as it can.
Gotcha.
Morin will look to Suni.
He'll just shake his head.
Dorian, there was one last thing, but I must admit it's more of a personal one.
Well,
You said that you had a vision, a dream of the two lights that escaped from Delmer's Pass. How did you receive it?
well, it was odd, truly. Nothing I've ever experienced before. In dreams. As you may know, everything happens from your perspective. It's your eyes that you're looking through. This was so different. I was floating above. I was everywhere. I was omniscient, but yet I knew nothing. All I knew was the thing that I saw before my eyes, this abstract nothingness. The two motes of cold leaving. They say that those who take the oath of the children of the flame, those who have a strong connection to the first flame of Nabir Taman, receive glimpses of the future in the only way the light knows how to give them. The language that it speaks and the language that we speak are so different, but it still tries to guide us on the right path, to keep us away from the shadow.
I've been having dreams. Things not exactly as they appear, but close. They started when, shortly after I joined. I didn't think much of them. I usually never dream. But ever since Delmer's Pass, two of them have come true. And they've served as guides and warnings. I didn't know what to make of it.
And then just for I can't think of the word. Just for the sake of brevity,
Yep.
are you going to tell them about the 3 different visions?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And how the first 2 you got, but the third one you still don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
So he is going to hear that, and he's going to make a history check. Oh, god damn, Dorian. What a smart cookie.
Yes, don't
It's a
give me answers.
natural 19 plus 11. My dude is smart. So 3 pillars.
Yes.
Snow-capped mountains. And the symbols. And he kind of looks down at the lantern. This is just a funny thought. He looks down at the lantern next to Bianca's side, and then looks at the other part of Bianca's hip and says, sorry, is your coin purse moving?
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
it is. Would you like to say hello? And then she'll like take off her coin purse and hold him up. Mimir.
The coin purse speaks. Hello there, brother.
at the sound of that, Suni will jump in like, ah, shit, I forgot about him.
I think everybody did for the past 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So terrifying.
Is that Mimir? Ah! Pleasantly surprised you remembered me, brother. I thought our interaction was so brief that, well, didn't know if you'd remember. But great to see you again as well. And he just kind of exhales and shakes his head in a way that is... None of you know Varnas Talmaru is a person, but you just feel that was a Varnas Talmaru sigh. As-
I get you.
yeah. And he says, yes. Anyway, I know of those pillars. You see, back the turning of the age, it is written in tomes that in the first war against, well, the first time the Dark One tried to break his way into our realm, our world, he was repelled by many great heroes and warriors from all around the world, fighting him in a million different places. But the bulk of the battle was fought not here, but in the Salamander coast, as the flame of Nibir Taman rests here. The first flame, the flame gifted to us by the Creator. In the Salamander coast, all around the world, there are pillars of light, as they're called. At least that is the name in the common tongue. The old tongue skips my mind for right now, but pillars of light. Now these three, the mountains, the snow, I think that I know where these three are, especially the symbols. I think those are in Bella Clara, specifically in the ruins of the Old Kingdom. That'd be the southwest corner of the nation. There was a lineage that used to, that originated from there. Long gone now, but their mountain keep, it had a passageway that would lead up to those pillars. And if I remember correctly, those pillars were used to keep the Dark One at bay. It seems as though the Dark One has done exactly what he's wanted to. The pillars of light fade. The beacons diminish. And the walls that keep him out slowly begin to weaken.
I see. Well, maybe once we're done with this, we know what to do next. Maybe.
The line has been long extinguished. Not exactly sure why, but perhaps if you can find any connection to them, you might... And you see him kind of stare down at Bianca's lantern again and kind of shake his head. You might, be able to find some way to relight those flames.
Thank you again, Dorian, for all of this.
It's what I'm here to do. To preserve the light and to keep as many people safe as I can. Well,
You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you. I'm honored to have gotten to know you.
Oh. I think the true honor lies with me. I'm not the one stopping the heist of Bromsgrove. I'm helping, 6 brave heroes stop the heist of Bromsgrove. The honor lies with me. Envoy of the Raven Queen and speaker with the Mother of Mountains. And of course you, Morwen. As he gives you a very grandpa-ly smile, like, I know you're still good. It's okay.
She'll smile at that.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to honor you and everyone here.
He nods. He'll sort of clasp Bianca and Suni on the shoulder, kind of give each one of you a nod, and then he'll give you a hug, Morwen. And then pull away and say, well, you have quite the day ahead of you. Be ready. And good luck.
We'll be in contact within a couple of hours, hopefully, by the end of the day, max.
He nods. And with that, he'll turn and head back up to where the throne is and just look out the windows of the city as the 3 of you leave, unless there's nothing else.
Not for me.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. So with that, as the 3 of you exit and begin to head back to the furnace, unless there's anything the 3 of you wanted to discuss, we'll cut to the other group.
I'm good.
Not at this moment, no.
Nope. Suni? Nah. You got it. So with that, we'll go ahead and cut back to the city. So, Suni, Bianca, and Morwen, Carasilla, Ashima, and Cecily, you can see the 3 of them head off on their own way. And you hope that they also stay as safe as you plan to, and hope that nothing goes wrong at all. So, as the 3 of you begin to head towards Carasilla, where you would know where any nobles or wealthy merchants traveling from other nations would stay, you begin to head that way. Now, as the 3 of you are heading throughout the city streets of Bromsgrove, I'm assuming that you're probably following the same strategy that they did, just hopefully better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are there? So you said there's a lot of people from all around the salamanders here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ashima is going to dishevel himself a little bit, mess up his hair so his curly hair kind of teases up.
Yeah, a little bit more of a mop top going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And probably find a discarded vessel of some sort of broken bowl or whatever, and just begin walking without rhythm.
Oh
with
yeah.
the group.
Okay.
Well,
Because he's just going to take on like a disguise of a pilgrim from Loshar.
Cecily will use Alter Self, and this time, until we get to the people we're meeting, rather than being a former version of herself, I'm going full disguise. I'm gonna become a human teenage boy with I'm like Timothy Chalamet. I'm gonna turn into Timothy Chalamet. That's my plan. That's generally the vibe. And I'm just gonna walk through town with my hands in my pockets and just try to be unbothered by anybody.
I'm just letting you know, there are so many men and women that approach you and are like, hey, you're fine. Girl, let me get my boy. Let me get your number. Let me like. There are just so many. Yeah.
The first time that happens, Cecily will hiss, and then she will alter the spell so that her face is missing a few teeth, and I don't know, has random dirt spots or something.
Yes. The cat calling of Timothy Chalamet stops. As now people actively avoid you after you hissed at somebody and word starts to spread. That guy who looks like Timothy Chalamet who hissed at somebody.
I'm now Timothy Chalamet.
Hey, were you in Little Women?
There was a lot of women, actually. Thank you very much.
Oh
Definitely pass
my.
back to our test.
Carousel, what are you doing?
Carasol's just Carosella, man. Like,
Okay.
what can I say?
All right.
She's just
Cool.
been herself.
All right. So the three of you then make your way. Now, are you just trying to, like, for lack of a better term, Assassin's Creed your way into groups of people on the street, or are you digging through alleyways?
Probably just tuck through alleyways if it's gonna make their journey a bit shorter.
Okay.
Yeah, we can make it there in half the time with my background ability.
Man, you're really loving that.
We're finally in an urban place.
I mean, Carosella's also from here, so I imagine just like the teamwork between.
Oh man, yeah, we can get it down to a
Carosella's
quarter.
definitely like, yeah,
Yeah.
man.
It's impressive.
We basically teleport.
Yeah. Just shadow stepping.
All right. So as the three of you are making your way through the city streets, once again, as you're just obviously trying to avoid being seen, I'd like you to make a stealth check for me, but because of all the measures you're taking, this is definitely a lower DC.
Cool.
Be
Luckily-
careful, advantage like Morwen did.
I'm
Yeah,
amazing.
that's yeah.
Okay, is that a concern?
Look at that. Incredible.
It's a 22 from Carosella.
Well, I'm still the best.
Oopie.
It's with advantage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Double oopie.
Oh man. All right. Then let me just see. That's better. All right, it is. It's better by one. It's better by one. Okay.
Cool.
Carousel, you haven't rested.
Triple
Oh,
oopie.
lol, because I've only been changed in the D&D Beyond sheet. I keep forgetting to use this thing.
It's okay.
I don't know what we're meant to be using.
I randomly hovered over and it said
Near death. Yeah.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, funny, Ryan messaged me too. I'm just like, no, she's full rested. I'm looking at a sheet right now, but yeah, different sheet.
That's okay. All right. So with that, luckily between Carosella and Cecily, I mean, all three of you are luckily able. This is kind of like a group check as opposed to anybody's one miss failing. All of you do manage to stay rather stealthy and make your way through the city streets with really no issue at all. The only thing is, Ashima walking without the rhythm does throw your personal rhythm off just a little bit, but eventually, working with the other two, you do settle back in and begin stealthing off rhythm, on rhythm. It's great. You're on the 1 and 3 as opposed to the 2 and 4. You figure it out. So with that, you continue on until eventually, Carosilla, you lead them into this much nicer, a little bit more lavish side of the district where the talking and sounds of nature have dimmed down just a little bit, as they're not nearly as cacophonous. But you still do see a fair bit of activity, but it's much more higher class, finer silks and garbs, gold-crusted, emerald-plated, or gold-plated, emerald-crusted items for sale. I don't know what gem-plated is, but it sounds dope.
Sounds expensive.
Yes. But you make your way around the much more lavish district, and there are a lot of people who live here. There are a lot of visitors to Bromsgrove, so before you go any further, I need one of the three of you to make an investigation check to try and figure out where these brothers Vasi might be staying.
I mean,
Well, I ain't the
+6 for
brains.
my investigation, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, only +2 here, so.
I got.
This is your
I-
city.
yeah.
You do the thing.
Advantage
got
if we're
true
hoping
zero.
everywhere. I don't trust my dice.
Uh,
Say that again.
Advantage?
I can try to give you bardic inspiration.
Yeah, give me bardic inspiration, Cecily, do it. But I mean, if we're working
Alright.
together, right? Do we get an advantage?
Have to have
Probably.
proficiency.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's not fine. That's an 8.
Okay.
But I
Asking
was juggling.
asking around, trying to ask the right questions so you can get the right answers, just really isn't getting you anywhere too much. You are pointed in the direction of a much more secluded area of the upper districts, where the sounds of the city really are quite far away. There's very brief chatter and talking, quieted whispers, and the sounds of animals. But you're just kind of pointed in this direction with nothing really to go off of, except for I would probably say that in this current moment, yeah, you could hear, you're not sure exactly where, but what sounds like music, like loud, raucous music somewhere in the distance. You're not exactly sure where, but you at least have a little bit of something to follow up on.
What's the vibe of the music, though? Is
It's like
it just
tavern music, rowdy.
Okay.
Well,
Still really bougie, though? Or is this taking us out of bougie area?
Still in bougie area, and you can see that more people are moving away from it.
Right. Well, if they're still in bougie area, change gears a little bit, and Carasol's gonna, using her shift weave, just go into her fanciest of outfits.
Mhm.
Hoping that maybe money talks a bit better, and just gets these like very dark navy robes with like this gold sash trim.
Oh.
But yeah, very bougie.
Okay.
But otherwise, we'll probably just keep heading in that direction, asking around for their names.
All right. So as you begin to ask around, it seems like people are in so much of a rush to leave that they're not really giving you the time of day so much. But as you do approach, the music does get louder and louder, and you can see what looks to be a group of people all kind of gathered around this one room, this one building. Looks to be some type of like 2 or 3 story interior, or 2 to 3 story building, this very, very nice manor, this flower garden all around it. And there's like people sort of drinking outside already. You can hear music blaring from the inside, and you can see what looks to be one man sort of leaning out over a balcony. He has this long red hair shaved at the sides, currently has what looks to be like a cigarette hanging out out of his mouth as he just kind of takes a drag and then blows the smoke out as he just kind of taps it and looks over, and you can see him just kind of look down towards you in the street, Carasilla, and just kind of looks at you for a moment and smiles, and then he'll sort of flick the cigarette down onto the ground and then walk back into the room. This is from like a 2nd story balcony.
This is where all the music's coming from.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Kind of look back at the others, shrug, it's a place, and then head on in.
Okay. So as you begin to make your way in, you can see that there is just this, like, almost like a house party pretty much going on inside this place. It's cramped, it's packed, people are like bumping shoulder to shoulder, sort of drinking away at ale or wine, sort of eating very quick and easy foods. As you can see 2 other red-haired individuals. One looks to be a little bit more quiet. You can see that he's wearing sort of these big cloaks, hair kind of windswept off to one side. Currently has what looks to be some type of red cat, like a ginger cat, sort of not strung around, but sort of sitting on his shoulder as he's kind of like petting it every once in a while. And then you can see another one, another red-haired individual, all of the 3 of them looking very similar, off in another corner, just sort of joking and laughing. You can see him every once in a while. He'll kind of pick
pick up like a lute, and he'll kind of strum at it like in the same way as the musicians, and then just kind of laugh. Carousel, you can tell he can't play that thing. But to the 4 or 5 women and 3 or 4 men that are kind of standing around him, definitely seems like they don't care.
Yeah, well, Ursula knows how siblings work in general, so
Yeah.
she's gonna just make her way. Probably not the one that's busy with his ladies. But the other one that's down there, and just approach. Just say, I happen to know when I can find the Brothers Varsi.
So you approach the more quiet one who was kind of sitting by himself with the cat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here, I suppose. If you're,
Perfect.
looking for him.
He kind of looks back at the partially toothless Timothy Chalamet and like Loshari traveler, and you and your like fancy fine silks.
All kinds of people follow me, you know. But
yeah.
anyway, how has your day been?
Fine. Suppose it's a little loud, but fine.
Not fun for a tavern crowd, then?
No, but I have to live here too, at least for the time being. I'm sorry, is there something that you want, or...?
I believe there's something you can help us with.
I'm sorry. I think that there's a misunderstanding here. You just came in off the street in very nice clothes with those two, and you want my help doing something? I just think that there's maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding about... And you can hear a voice shout out from behind. Oh, Garth, shut it. Sorry, he doesn't know how to talk to people. And you can see the one with sort of the shaved side cigarette, who had a cigarette. Very, very strong jawline, these like light blue eyes. He doesn't really know how to talk to people. Please, if you're looking for the Bossy brothers, come on upstairs. I think I might know one of them that's a little bit nicer to talk to.
And he's going to kind of look at the person that he addressed as Garth. And he'll walk up the stairs. So, as you follow up the stairs, you can hear the music and the sound of the tavern begin to fade just a little bit. And you make your way up the stairs and follow him back into this larger lounging area that's a little bit more removed from the rowdiness of it. But you can see that there are people up here that are currently maybe drinking small cups, having small conversations. There also, you can see some people have begun to study the native Afaran spirituality of Pitus, as they're currently partaking in that. And you can see other people that are currently crushing up what looks to be like magical gems, and participating in that as well. Seems to be a little bit of a hangout here. That is a little bit more relaxed, but also a little bit more intense.
Hey, slowly trying to piece together the vibes here, because I don't even know if they've been stolen from yet. But yeah, just take that in. I don't know, is he wanting to go to like a place separate from this, or
No,
is
he
this
just
the place?
There's like 2 people. He just sits down next to 2 people. One guy has like a wine cup in his hand that's half empty, and you can see the man, he kind of takes it out of his hand. The 2 of them are knocked out. You can see that like around their neck, their veins are currently glowing this like bright purple, and he kind of sits down and takes the wine, kind of swirls it around, and he'll just kind of take a sip from it. So, you come looking for the brothers Vossi. Please take a seat. Gives this very disarming smile.
Cecily will, maintaining the disguise, of course, try to sit in a manner that implies blending right in with this environment. Relaxed, chill, not at all alarmed by the presence of drugs she's never seen before.
I'd like you to make a
Yeah.
performance check for me.
I love making those. Thank you.
Ashima?
I will try to assist Ashima, being a little more accustomed to specifically this environment, will sit on any seating with like one leg up on the chair, so his knee is up, and the other just dangling down.
Kind of like tucked to his chest, yeah?
Yeah, he's like,
Hell yeah, man. Okay, yeah.
man, what do I gotta pay to get some of that purple stuff?
Okay. So Cecily, you can see that the individual who called you up here kind of like looks over towards you and looks like he's about to say something, but then he looks at the nonchalant nature of Ashima and says, "Listen, friend, I like the look you got on you. And and he looks towards you, Carasilla, especially like the look you got on you. Do you want to try anything, go for it. On the Vossi Brothers tab."
I wouldn't want to impact your business or anything. I feel like we can at least have a discussion first.
Yeah, that's true. Beside the point, be a bad waste of Pitus, and he'll, people experimenting who are, you just said they're like knocked out.
Oh, yeah.
He'll just take a little bit of that and like waste not, want not. You know what I mean?
Like
I
the
don't
way
know.
you
I
think.
suppose there's probably a lot of traffic coming in here. I hear there's a big event happening in the next couple of days.
Oh, yeah, that ball. Yeah. You know,
You have a
it's
problem with it?
no, I just I hate to burden strangers with my problems, you know. Just everybody has their own little things they've got to carry with them through the world, and honestly, it's such a small problem in the grand scheme of things. I don't even think it's really.
No, burden away, man. I mean, it's just in one ear, out the other with Theo, you know?
I think you seem a little tense, darling. Why don't you partake a little?
Oh, no, I just, haven't seen some of this stuff before, you know? It's just kind of...
Yeah, man. He gets the fear.
Ah,
Yeah.
you gotta
You
let
know,
go of that. It just, promise you, once it happens, once you let go of the fear, it just smooth sailing.
Oh, no, man. I mean, like, he gets the fear.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, last time I was doing something, I was kind of climbing up walls. I don't know, I think my shit was cut with something else, you know.
You can see
It's
both
alright.
eyes go wide. Oh, never mind then. You do what you
Yeah,
need to.
so we like him clean. He's all right by us. He's good people. He's chill.
Oh,
Yeah.
I trust you.
Yeah, but what's this problem you got going on, man? I mean, I'm all ears. I'm all feet too, and a body and such, but ears too. And he'll just like lean back and put his hands behind his head.
I see him kind of lean his head back and look towards you, Carasilla. And then kind of like look at you and like look down at the ground. I guess my problem is I don't have anyone to go to the ball with.
You've been invited then?
I have, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to go because I don't really have anyone to go with.
Well, I mean, how did you get your invite? Surely you could go with people involving that?
Listen,
Unless you know the Tsar himself, right?
well, I mean, my dad, he knew the Tsar pretty well. Got along pretty good with him. So the Tsar invited us personally, but he seemed kind of scoff. If I have to show up to another meeting with Garth and Kristoff,
and we show up as the Brothers Vossi again. I want to be Bo. I want to be me. I don't want to be one of the three. I want to go with someone and want to steal the show. Be the life of the party.
Why can't you just steal the show by yourself? You know, you got the energy.
I think I can be of some assistance here in the translation department. Refer over to Carasilla. Hey, sister, I think, I'm a... You know.
Carousel is gonna try and discreetly give a look of, yes, I know Ashima.
Yeah, no, and he knows that you don't, but...
I mean, no, I wouldn't want to impose on you. You just came around looking for a
what
good
would you
time.
be imposing then?
Well, I mean, I guess if
A
you're
little
looking
bit
for
of
a,
coy smile.
I guess if you're looking for a real good time, I guess going to a ball in the Tsar's palace with the best of the brothers Vossi. I think that might be considered a good time, don't you?
Well, I mean, in fairness, we've only just met, have we not? But I mean, if you're offering. And, well, if perhaps we could get a couple of other tickets from you to it as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, we gotta come in and then fuck off so you guys can hang out.
I mean, and it kind of looks at you, Carasella. Are they cool?
Kind of like looks at them. I suppose so, but there were other people I had in mind as well. I've got quite a social circle. And I mean, well, your brothers surely wouldn't want to go alone either, right?
Well, no offense to you two. Looking to you, Ashima and Cecily. I don't think you're Garth
Again,
and Kristoff's
different
type.
people. Different people. Lovely ladies. Trust me.
Well, listen. I myself am a connoisseur in that way. But Kristoff is, his taste is a little bit more broad and never just one. And you see him kind of grimace.
Well, I can understand that. Like I said, I've got quite a few people that might be interested, and, well, I don't like going to events just knowing one person. Find it's nice to be able to, flit around to different people's rather than feeling like you're attached to just one, right?
Have that safety net, I get that. Yeah. Well,
I mean, we could all meet for tea or something later, right? It's not till tomorrow, as far as I understand, yes?
he kind of looks at you, and I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
Aha. I don't believe this is one that I have advantage with.
No, but
performance. Okay, never mind.
I think it's like a flat
But that is
20 regardless.
Yeah, that's just gonna be a non-nat 20.
Okay.
Or the 9 in that. That's sad.
You know what? That might be a good idea. For a moment, I was thinking that maybe we could just roll the dice, but Garth is, as you know, a little coarse. I don't want whoever the poor soul is that you end up pairing with him to be miserable for the entire night.
So
Of
he
course.
was the one with the cat, yes?
Yeah. And I'm letting you know that, and I'm going to make you a promise right now, that even if the others don't have a good night, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we do.
Is he currently partaking in any of the drug use?
Doesn't look like it, no.
No, okay. Does he have anything like in front of him, or is it just like from these like other people that they've got them?
No. Aside from the wine cup that he has, that's now currently empty.
Right. Well, then I suppose we could arrange some kind of. Well, I feel like you prefer something a bit stronger than tea, right? But tomorrow we could meet up for the ball. Introduce you to my friends.
Why don't we get breakfast tomorrow morning? Make sure to clean this place
Sounds
up.
lovely.
Order something. Seems like all they have in this town is fish, so I'll try and get us something different. Show that, well, Brothers Vossi are going to do anything they can to show a good time.
I look forward to it. Carousel, by the way. Just extend a hand out to him.
And he'll sort of grab it softly and he'll kiss it. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. As he has like Entangled, how he does the smolder, like he's kind of doing that right now.
Yeah. She'll just kind of give like a little nod to him as he's just doing the whole hand thing. But she will then just get up and kind of lightly just brush and like readjust her dress. But unfortunately, I do have quite a busy day ahead of me for today. But again, lovely meeting you, and suppose I'll see more of you. Yes.
Oh, you definitely will, Carasilla. He smiles and he looks down to you, Ashima, and says, do you want to take anything for the road, or?
Nah, man, I'm still floating.
So be it. If you ever
Appreciate
reconsider,
it, though, man.
it's on the house. And I'll kind of do that, like, click and wink.
Well, all right, and he'll scoop up a little bit of the pitus into his bag.
Hell
I was
yeah.
gonna say, we can't leave without taking the Pitus, surely.
Gotta make Alec proud.
Exactly.
So with that, you scoop up a little bit, and he nods like, yeah, man. It's the way to do it. And with that, he'll sort of nod and take one last look at you, Carasilla, and say, I guess I got things to do too. See you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning. And just turn and head out, I guess.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to do. He sits back down. Yeah.
He's an NPC, like an actual, like
Just
this
He
is
slips,
his,
yeah. He
This
ceases
is
to
his-
exist as soon as we're not there. It's
yeah, this is his station until we activate the side quest.
When you're not looking at him, he's not even rendered.
Yeah. Man, your Habasi wants diamond energy. He's just been hanging out here for all time.
Solid Morrowind reference.
Thank
God.
you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, as soon as they're out of eyesight, out of the tavern, Ashima is just gonna dump the pitus into an open ditch.
whoa.
Repugnant.
I mean, you didn't need to waste it, right? Foreign stuff, right? I'm pretty sure. Certainly
Cecily,
nothing around here.
as you like, as soon as the three brothers are not watching, he in this moment is just going to start rubbing her temples and just like sounding a little nauseous at everything that just occurred. Just- Is it that easy? What the fuck was that?
I mean, you might need to be a bit more specific.
Pure
Like,
charisma.
they're like a
was.
street or so away, so there's no way there'd be like any eye shot on them or anything. Carousel will just like shift back to a normal get up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Ugh.
Anyways, it seems as if they haven't been stolen from yet, which is, well, sounds terrible to hope that it had already happened, but, well, at least we have a way into the ball, right?
That's true.
Yeah, mission accomplished, I guess.
If dealing with him is to be the worst part, I gladly welcome it.
Well, I mean, I
worse.
don't think he has any interest in you.
It just secondhand. It was the worst part of my day so far.
Oh, don't worry, it was one of the worst of mine, and I was talking to the Dark One this morning. But...
Poor Bo. Jesus. That was Mark, by the way. That was just genuinely... I was disarmed. That was very funny.
No, yeah, I snorted.
Anyway. How are we going for time-wise? I don't know, we probably need to reconvene back at the tavern, yeah?
Yeah, is it been 15 minutes? Is everyone dead?
Yes, everyone is dead.
Alright, good.
Yep. And the heist is prevented because there's no living creature, but the Dark One does win because there's no living creature.
That's okay.
Shit.
Yeah.
Good time was
Kind
happening.
of a catch-22 there, huh? Damn.
Okay. So, yeah, you would need to head back relatively soon, especially because you had a longer walk than the other three.
Yeah, well, I guess time to go back, reconvene, and do some fights, I guess. No, unless anyone else had anything they wanted to do right now.
No, I very much would like to fight.
I will enjoy watching.
If there's a chance to bust out some Hilda Dilde, I will.
Man. Well, as long as we get to the ball, man, I don't.
It's
Just
an
glad.
easier way than most, right? I don't see why you seem so affected by it all.
I don't know how to tell you that lying to people to get money from them is easier for me than what you just did. But it is.
Well, he was offering, I was taking, so.
Sometimes one does need to apply grease in order to get the ball rolling.
I hated that.
I'm getting better,
It could
though.
be fun, though, right? I mean, then it's like actually being at the ball. We'll just need to sneak in, or I don't know what our plan would even be. And if Dorian's the one getting us the tickets, then I can't imagine it's going to be in the greatest circumstances. This time
I'll
we get to
admit-
enjoy ourselves on a guess.
Yeah, it's a leg up for sure, and none of them are going to be paying attention to me, I hope, which really helps. I do not want to talk to any of them. Oh, I
That's
mean,
all.
maybe Cat Guy. He seemed to not like crowds. We have that in common.
I think it might more so be Bianca and Morwen that would have to worry about anything. I mean, two other people, right?
Yeah. Yeah, good move, by the way. That's pretty funny.
Well, I have a feeling Morwen won't be the proudest of me, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how Bianca's going to take that either.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure they prefer this plan to murdering our way in.
That was never going to be the plan in the first place. Anyways,
Damn,
we
really?
do get back.
Yeah, okay. And she will, shift her voice back to Theo Claude Moraine, the librarian's son. I've thought through this.
Nice. Okay. So, with that, eventually the six of you do reconvene all together at the furnace.
Nice.
So, with that, walking down the streets, eventually heading back into that room together, The sounds of the city fade around you. Okay, there we go. Whew. Sorry, it took a second for Foundry to catch up. So, as you all do make your way into the furnace, there is still that very smoky air surrounding you on all facets. You can see that Jeff, the owner of at least the upwards part of the furnace here, checks all of you in and lets you head down to the furnace, the underside, as all of you reconvene eventually in the room around the same time to discuss your findings. Probably about an hour out from when your fight will be. Morwen and
I mean,
Ashima and Suni.
I don't know which group would have gotten there first or whatever, but you know, as soon as there is that thing of just like, oh yes, we're both here kind of thing, whatever party like arrives last, Carousel is just gonna go over to Morwen and Bianca, just like arms kind of open. Well, I found us dates to the ball.
Huh?
What?
Well, the good dates.
Didn't get
Talked to
one.
Buzz Varsy and
Oh.
well, oh no, we're all invited, but well.
Okay. What were they like?
What? You're
Do you
going
wish-
along with this?
Do you want honesty?
Yeah, well, the guy. Look, we got you in. Okay, it was all Carasella's
Yes,
plan.
we're
I didn't
getting
do
in.
anything.
Hey, listen. It was the easiest plan. One's a terrible musician. The other likes cats, and the other, I guess, has a drug operation of some sorts. But you know, it's gonna be a good evening, I think, right?
I got all 6 of us in as security.
Well,
I like that better than the Ryanite fiend.
That's so. Oh, fuck, that's funny.
Well,
Okay, what are we gonna do
Well,
now?
we would be going in, so it was pretty much foolproof, but we'd have to all go in as members of the Children of the Flame, and some might be able to see through some of our disguises potentially. We also would have to work with some of Draven Hunt's men, so it's not exactly the most foolproof. So I think having 2 options here that we can discuss is fair enough. I mean, in one regard, we can just go in as ourselves. We don't really have to pretend. While the other, there's a little bit of pretending, and we make it, you know, we have like duties, right?
I think you're
I
gonna
mean-
do a bit of pretending with the dates too.
well, and in that case, anyways, all we need to do for that one is have breakfast with them the next morning, and well, come maybe a little bit more polished up, but you know, Morwen has a person, right? I'm sure he'd love
What?
to help out.
Oh, come on.
Well, he's good, and we need things, so you know, it'd be a good opportunity, and you know, we can say hi,
What-
right?
What?
Then it's actually helping.
Ugh.
It
Or
can't
we could
be
go for the
that
risky
bad,
idea
right?
that he's also dealing with Draven, right? I mean, I leave you up that one up to you, but you know, I would personally rather be there as a guest rather than, well, having to be there, hired and working, right?
It'd just be 1 or 2 of his guys. We got Draven sent to Iverion or somewhere.
Well, maybe it'd be better if we had some of us go as guests and some of us go as security. So then, like, you know, different situations might call for different people, like, to look into things. Like, security can go here, while socially, maybe it would be better for a guest to talk to somebody.
Perfect, I'll take guard duty.
Well, the brothers will be disappointed they don't have dates anymore, but I suppose.
That's the tricky thing. There's 3 of them.
Well, I mean, Cecily, if you want to do a disguise thing, I mean, I would caution against a lot of the night, but you know.
I am drawing a line at being one of the dates. Won't do it.
She's only 16.
Oh,
I'm
well, I
19.
wasn't meaning for anything like that.
Oh
but-
my god, you're 19! I forgot.
Yeah, kind
It's
of.
only
Not really.
You don't
barely
need to talk
legal.
for the whole night, right?
I
I would
you
not
know,
want to pursue any of that. That was not what I was.
yeah, it's not the issue anyway. I just fucking wouldn't anyway. I don't care if I was 104. I'm not doing it.
That's like you turn 104.
Wow.
Hey, someone
fetch
me my bread. Ew. That was my impression of
good?
an old person.
Well,
But there's still an opportunity for you three, Bianca, Shima, Sonny, if you want to go. Not having to deal with guard duty.
I feel like my wants are being very ignored right now.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're kind of the best candidate.
But
Look, we got a kid, a paladin, and a monk. I mean, are we really viable dates?
I could just say that
just-
the friends that I had were busy and that it would just be me. I mean, in all honesty, I feel like he would find that better anyways.
I'm
Although,
too short
again,
to
we
wear
still could probably
stays,
have all
so
breakfast.
okay, look, I'm just saying, like, normally I can take one for the team, but come on, I've hit every single trace that I could that I'm even here. What if Kalen found out I was at this ball and I wasn't with him?
You would understand, right?
Wait,
Why
what
don't we
time
go
I
talk
have
to him anyways if we're going to need to get all dressed up, right?
Uh,
Again, it's still an option if you want to go as a guest, but if you want to go as Children of Flame, that's also an option. I just personally know which one would be easier for me.
Hey, wait, hold on, Bianca. If you're gonna be one of the dates, but if you are, if that's what you're picking, what
Well,
are we
if-
doing with Mimir?
Mimir can sit on someone else's hip where he can be disguised as something else that goes on my party outfit. I'm assuming that if Morwin's very against being one of the dates and we are down to two, if we're trying to split it even as best we can, I will go as a date. It does not bother me.
I will also add, just so, if you're talking about the brothers Vasi, at least for Christoph, maybe, and don't hate me, as you could probably do anything you want to me right now, but, Sunny, that's always an option. Herr Christoph,
Oh, there we go. There we
I
have all
have-
three people.
I have gasped. That was Felicity. I just thought that was fun.
But again, it's only options. I
Is
think.
he into that sort of thing?
oh, Christoph is into many things at once, all at the same time. So, I think that
Ooh, okay.
you might be right up his alley, love.
I think we're assuming that this is going further than it is. Listen, this is just something here. We could get in there and not speak for them for the rest of the night. It'd be a bit of a dick move, but I mean, I am the one that's inviting you all along in this scenario, so it could very well be that my dates were more, the dates that I was bringing along, being you two, plus ones. There we go. That's better.
I'm very
Are
willing to go
less
with the date. I'm a
invested in the
fantastic
date
fan,
itself,
so.
but the event. And so it could be very possible that, you know, you don't have to speak for them the whole night. Certainly nothing more than that.
all right, look. If I agree to this,
Yes.
first of all, if he gets handsy, I will break every finger in his hand.
At least
Second of all, sure, priorities, I get that, sure. Secondly, it might be a good idea. Dark One knows we're going to be there. He'd probably think you and I would go in as Children of the Flame. Maybe disguising themselves as just one of the guests isn't the worst plan.
And additionally, if it then means that anyone's trying to do anything to make sure that we're not there, try to push us out of rooms or anything like that, it can easily be that whole courtesy of not being impolite to guests. I mean, the other Children of the Flame that would be given to us from Draven, that's one thing, but I imagine Children of the Flame aren't the only people who are going to be part of the guard and, well, hosting party.
I'm sure there'll be some golden shields there.
And, well, it would look bad on them and for everything involved if they're getting too aggressive towards people that are meant to be distinguished guests. And it seems that the brother of Varsi's, their father, knew the Tsar, so I imagine especially it would be a bad look if it was someone so close. She might give us a bit more of an allowance to poke around, do things, rather than just being posted somewhere and having to look from a distance. This way we can stumble into things, you know. We are just guests at that state, so what were we meant to know?
Lauren is like rubbing her temples as she comes to the acceptance part of this stage.
And it also would be much more fun than being guards. I don't think the guards and all that would be allowed or permitted to, you know, partake in the more festive sides of things, right? And if we're going to do this, we may as well enjoy it, right?
Yeah, if we're gonna do this though, since we need dresses anyway, I definitely need to go talk to Kalen about this. I'd never forgive myself if he learned some other way.
I can come with you. Speak for you if you really don't want to see him.
No, I'll do it.
Okay,
Can't
well,
be
at
harder
least
than
say
what
hi
else
from me.
over here. Yeah, no, I mean, we're gonna need ball outfits, so you don't want to come pick up your own?
I mean, I've already got my own.
Hell yeah.
All right,
Speaking
well,
of which, does the Children of the Flame have size extra small?
they do.
Lovely.
There's
The three of you
quite
will
a few
be taken
halflings.
care of.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
Alright. Well, so what's the split up then again?
Well, we need to do this fight here soon. After that, a couple of you are going to go see the Beggar King, and sounds like Bianca and I, bare minimum, need to go dress shopping.
Yeah, I don't have anything, so.
Woo. Girls' night, have fun.
Would Suni
Again, I
also
will-
need to...
Sorry.
Suni, I think you and I were going to have the same question. And correct me if I'm wrong, but considering what I know about Christoph and what may have been said to you by Bo, but might have just been skipped over, Christoph's typical preferences: multiple dates at once.
And I will also say that if Morwen's not going to be there as Children of the Flame, I feel like it might not be a great option to just have Cecily and Ashima as them. I mean, if that's the plan we're going for, then we'd at least want Morwen and I for that.
Right. So if both of you are being dates, and then
Well,
Bianca
no,
and...
we can all go. I said that I would be bringing a few friends. That was the condition. And so, few friends I will be bringing, right? Gets us all in. We can all be plus ones of mine. And, well, a couple of dates.
Bianca's gonna look
Right.
at Suni and like elbow him. I guess we're the two weird dates for this guy.
If I at any point become what do you call that? Third wheel? No, fourth spoke? I don't fucking know. Look, if I get involved in this at any fucking point,
It's no
You know
spoke,
what?
there's no wheels. We're just here for the tickets, okay? I don't think we need to be looking into this as much as we are, right?
I just don't want it. Okay,
Oh,
you know
fair
what?
enough.
We still need an angle, right? Ashima, you wanna, I don't know, you wanna say I'm a pilgrim and you're trying to teach me shit? That could be our sell. Just so we have something to tell people besides the fact that I'm, and she'll just motion up to the circlet. Just in case that's a big deal.
I'll think of something.
Okay.
Anyways, we
if you
meet
two are
them
going in
tomorrow
as
morning,
just
so you have time. You have time to consider any stories you want to go with. But honestly, I can't even promise that the other brothers would be interested in even taking dates along. And let
I'm a
alone
fucking
you, but I
cat,
feel like as
so
long
they're
as it's
long.
coming from me that I'm only going with all you there, then well, it doesn't really matter what the other brothers' opinions of you are.
Well, if we do decide that we want anyone, or if we do decide that anyone should be part of the security side, I'm happy to drop out as a date.
My only concern about that is that Dorian said that any of us who are not initiated might stick out a little bit without the fiery cloak.
Right. It would be not the most convincing, so maybe it is better if we all just go as guests.
And again, it's not going to be that bad. That way you can eat, drink, make merry, you know?
No, I'm fine with being a guest. I don't want to work.
Exactly.
There's also, just as a side thing, there's also the whole weapons and armor thing. So if you go
Yeah.
as guests,
Not a problem for me.
Ooh.
Fucking average.
Weapons?
Well,
What's
Morwen
that
can
mean?
hold
Who the
her
fuck needs
weapon.
them?
Surely you can get that
Okay.
smuggled in for us at least, though, right? By
But
Dorian?
I do
easily
have the bag of holding.
easily accessible in the moment, especially if you get separated.
It'll be like Hitman. There'll be a sniper rifle in the basement kitchen cabinet.
Maybe
Jesus.
we should have some people go as.
Okay, I'll go as one of the security at the very least.
Nah, procure on site.
Well,
I mean,
that
We just give you the
solves-
bag of holding with all the weapons, then that kind of solves the quick access problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I mean, not if we get separated, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
Well,
I mean, everyone can at least keep something small on them, and Bianca can keep the
Yeah,
gun. I have a
definitely.
couple of daggers.
Everyone who uses weapons have something on you hidden.
Don't recommend that.
Why?
I mean,
This
Morwen
ball
can
of
just.
Czar's manor. They're going to be checking people for weapons as they come in, if they're just guests.
Well, I guess I could sneak people weapons still, but
Or maybe just not have you be the only one doing it in the first place.
anyone want to join me?
I mean, again, you can all put your shit in my bag, and I can just give it to you once we're inside if we can find a place.
Yeah, I mean, that works, honestly.
Well, I'm good on the weapons thing, but if we need it, I can just kind of check myself in as a normal guest, and then go invisible for a minute, run, switch something around, fuck something up, run back in, appear again, act like I was never gone. If we need that to be part of the plan, I guess it can.
And honestly, I guess if we are changing things, then maybe more one for you to go as Children of the Flame as well.
Oh, thank God.
That
I
would
mean,
actually
Drat.
be... That would probably be more beneficial if I had somebody who is seasoned with me. That'd be good.
This also solves the brothers noticing Mimir's head issue. So that's good too.
True.
I'm sure we were all worried about that.
Haven't
Maybe
stopped
just
thinking about that all day.
Yeah, no, it's me either.
All
I
right.
do the idea because, especially with my armor, I'm not going to be able to sneak that in, and it takes a long time to get this on. To where if a fight breaks out, it puts me at pretty heavy risk.
Mm.
Hopefully we won't have to do any fighting to begin with. Big
Well,
idea is to do this as covertly as possible. After all, if we're fighting, then who are we fighting? The Forsaken? Because I think that's going to be the greatest idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
well-
honestly, it might be to your advantage to keep off no offense, but your clunky ass shit you got on.
Hey, I love this clunky ass shit. You take that back.
I take it back.
Thank you.
2 hops this time.
There's another thing to discuss. As we spoke to Dorian, he revealed that there's a 4th member of the Forsaken here in Brahmsgrove.
That's fucking cute.
Yeah, that's the word I was about to use.
There should only be 3, though.
Yep. Apparently, the drow woman that we ran into is another one of them.
Oh, shit.
What did he say? Her name was Malice.
Malice.
In hindsight, she didn't even have the best cover name.
True.
Well, Dorian has a plan to keep them out of the Tsar's manor, though. Apparently, he can use his connection to the flame of Nabir Tarman and create some sort of a barrier that he thinks will keep them at bay while we do what needs to be done, or at the very least get the egg secured before they can. But he said that if he uses it here, he won't be able to use it at Delmer's Pass, which he was considering after our chat with him, and looks over at Carousel as she says that. So he wanted us to decide where it should be utilized.
Well, I feel like that's a bit of a clear choice now. Should be usable.
Yeah. I agree.
You have your Blood Moon fight coming up, right? Should probably be.
It is about that time.
Yeah. I'll
I was gonna ask if weapons were allowed in this thing or if it's just fists.
Well, the only rules are whatever they decide, so I'm imagining they're gonna let us keep it against a monster, but we'll see what happens. My money's on weapons, though.
Even if not, I have a gift from a old friend from a long time ago that might help if it's just fists.
No. Crash really isn't usually in the market of getting people killed. It's bad for business, so with luck that won't be necessary. He just likes a good show. That's what draws the money in. People getting torn apart, not so much. Not the right kind of crowd, not even for here.
You can hear, seems like the fight is getting ready to start. It's about 12:15 at this current moment, and you can start to hear the rumbling of something coming from the fighting pit.
Where's that thing again?
Well, I'm really hyped to see you guys in action.
Yeah, you have fun. I'm more into prank fighting. This is your thing.
We should get going before they come down and get us.
Let's do it.
I've
Okay.
needed a good spar.
Alrighty. So, with that, you make your way out of your room after coming to somewhat of a plan for tomorrow. So, with that, you make your way out of your room, and you can see that there's already a very sizable crowd, especially for an afternoon, that has begun to gather inside the fighting pit. Or around the fighting pit. You can hear the sort of rumbling and growling of something coming from behind, like, cages shut, currently shrouded by shadow. As you approach, you can see that your Minotaur, owner of this particular place, does begin to approach you. Big smile all over his face, the sort of black-furred Minotaur wearing the golden red armor approaches you and says,
"So, ready for what the furnace has in store today?"
You haven't been able to knock me down yet, so I imagine so.
Well, just know, since there are 3 of you, we had to up the stakes a little bit. Got a lot riding on this one, so I wish you the best of luck.
Oh dear.
Never had it, don't need it.
Well, let's see if you change your mind. Well, hop on in there. Let's see if you got what it takes.
Yeah, Morin will just jump in.
Yeah, same. Slow fall down.
Yeah, that you can definitely see that's a crowd pleaser right there, Ashima. So you jump down, each one of you kind of doing your... Real quick, go ahead and, Ashima, you said a little bit, but I want you just to describe your persona entrances. Like, how are you entering into the ring one at a time? Because half of fighting is also the entertainment aspect, you know?
List your intro music, boys.
Yeah, exactly. What early 90s or late 90s, early 2000s rock song are you coming out to, like every other wrestler ever?
My life is amazing.
This is my life.
Ashima will, in all seriousness, he'll be using his quarterstaff as a walking stick, but once he gets to the edge of the pit, he'll throw his robes back, and pushing the quarterstaff above him with 2 hands, grab onto the parts of his robe that have been blown back, and then sort of parachute down.
Oh, fucking hell yeah, man. As you do that, the crowd goes wild at that. They, especially not expecting such a badass thing from such a tiny individual, but you do, and the crowd goes wild for it. They love it.
After you, Suni.
What type of... Is it just like a normal pit?
So it's about a 20-foot drop down. It's at a little bit of an incline, so you could kind of slide down it if you wanted to, but it's a 20-foot drop, and you can see that there looks to be some type of cage attached to the ceiling that will drop down on the pit.
How high up is the cage?
The cage from where you're at is maybe 20 feet up, and it'll drop down to kind of create this 20-foot radius sphere that the entire pit is surrounded.
Okay, well, Suni will hook his swords together and with a running jump, swing up and swing it onto, like, the very, very, like, bottom rung of the cage, and then just swing off of it and do a somersault into a 3-point landing in the middle of the arena.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, and the crowd goes wild. You can hear the one guy from yesterday who caught you in the upper part go, "Oi! That's the bronze fucking shit it is!"
I blow him a kiss.
He faints. And the audience goes crazy for it. They are bloodthirsty in this current moment. And with that, Morwen, last but not least, how are you entering?
All right, so she's standing there. She already has her axe out and it's resting on her shoulder. And she'll kind of just glance over to Carasilla and just kind of give her a nod and a wink. Mind getting him started for me?
I mean, Carasol's already been cheery, just like Bloodroot trying to get people in who get a bit of a chant, you know.
Yeah.
Blood moon, blood moon.
Blood
Blood moon, blood moon, blood moon, blood Shiva blood. That's all one thing.
And Carasol is gonna play more some entry music again.
Crank it
There's like a lot
up.
of buzzing, you know.
Orin will like
Oh yeah.
once the crowd has reached, acceptable applause level for Blood Moon making an entrance. She just takes the axe and just like full power will just like throw it down into like the center, and then she just runs and like jumps forward, and as she like is like halfway down to hitting the ground, she'll recall the axe and just do this flip and just smash into the ground as she just like superhero 3-point lands.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's amazing. So yeah, as you slam down into it, grabbing the axe, causing the dust to kind of rise up around the three of you and then settle back down into the dirt. You can hear the crowd going wild, and you can hear Thrash's voice boom above the rest. You can hear him say,
Ladies and gentlemen, in this wonderful afternoon in the furnace, we have 3 very special guests. We have one traveler all the way from Water's Wake, a name you may know, that of the Bronze Shiv. Traveling companion, a mystery, an enigma. The silent monk stands with him. And finally, last but not least, a local favorite. The one, the only, Blood Moon!
and you can see the entire crowd just sort of explode into raucous cheers and chanting for the three of you. As you feel jazzed and ready to go, seeing the crowd feeding off their energy, feeling more like heroes than you ever have before. And you can see eventually the crowd comes to a hush as Thrash raises his hand and says,
Now I had something else in mind for this fight this afternoon, but then the Bronze Shiv and the Silent Monk all show up at once. And I think, well, maybe we could have a 3v3, 3 equal matched partners, but we all know that these 3 are unmatched in the ring. So I thought, well, what about a monster, a creature? Oh, that might be a good idea. But in this scenario, I don't think one head is good enough. So, the Silent Monk, the Bronze Shiv, and Blood Moon. Good luck against the 3-headed Chimera.
and he's gonna like pick up his axe and cut into a rope, and the cage in front of the ring flies up, and you can see this monstrous creature fly out, these leathery dragon wings, the head of a lion in its center, a goat head on one side, and then you can see a dragon head on the other, these like the green scales coating the back, these wings as it begins to fly. As it begins to try and fly up, you can see that cage drop down on top of it as it kind of slams into the ground. And you can see that as it just in one cursor sort of makes one breath attack just up into the air, you can see that the cage actually in this instance, wherever it hits, all of you on the outside can see the runes begin to glow, preventing that magical fire from getting out and hurting any of the audience members. So you can see the Chimera land looming over the three of you, ready to fight. But that is something we're going to have to see next week.
Oh, yeah.
Get it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man.
I'm excited.
This was a fun one.
When was the last time we had combat with no stakes?
I mean, we can still die.
I mean, that's
Probably.
true, but
It's not no stakes, but it's definitely the world doesn't depend on this.
That's true.
Wrestling campaign win.
Now, I do leave it up to the three of you. My original thought for this was that we could just kind of narrate if you wanted to, or if there's three of you and one other creature, if you would rather just actually do combat, it wouldn't take very long and it would be rather quick in between turns. So you guys can think about that and decide what you want to do.
I understand there's a lot going on, but, you know, how often do you get to fight a chimera, right? So anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll go ahead and end it there. Be sure to tune in this Saturday for potentially a Silent Shields one-shot, as Friday and Saturday this weekend, Kayla and I will both be gone. We're going to the Indiana Thespians State Conference, which is going to be a lot of fun, but sad that we won't be able to play D&D.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But we'll be
Right
back
on.
on Saturday, and then next Tuesday for the continuation of the Salamander Coast, and then next Friday and Saturday we'll be back with Isles and Afera. So be sure to tune in then. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.